Good evening, and welcome back to Dreamward Stories. Before we begin, make yourself comfortable. Let your body settle into the bed, the chair, or wherever you are resting tonight. Let your shoulders soften, your breathing slow, and allow the day to gently fall away from you, one quiet thought at a time. Here at Dreamward Stories, we tell calm, immersive bedtime stories for adults. Stories made to help you relax, drift, and feel far from the noise of ordinary life. And as you settle in, I would love to know where you are listening from tonight. You can leave a little comment with your city, country, or simply the place where this story has found you. If this story helps you rest, a like is always appreciated. And if you would like more quiet stories to fall asleep to, you are warmly welcome to subscribe. Now, let the room grow still. Let the world soften, and let tonight's story lead you gently dreamward. Before we begin, make yourself comfortable. Let your shoulders loosen. Let your hands rest, and allow the day to move a little farther away from you with each slow breath. Wherever you are listening from tonight, whether the room around you is dark and quiet, or the world beyond your window is still gently awake, you are welcome here. Tonight's story will carry us to an ancient river beneath distant stars, where the old ferryman Charon waits beside his lantern-lit boat. But this is not a frightening journey. It is a quiet one, a gentle one. A story about still water, soft mist, silver coins, and the kind of rest that comes even to those who have carried others for a very long time. If this story helps you relax, you can like the video, leave a comment telling us where you are listening from, and subscribe for more quiet stories to drift into at the end of long days. And now, let the river grow still, let the lantern glow. Let the story begin. There had never been a night when the river did not move, even in the oldest seasons, before the names of kings had worn smooth on broken marble, before temples cracked under ivy, and shepherds forgot the prayers of their grandfathers. The river had continued in its deep, patient way. It ran beneath the earth, beneath memory. It wound through misted valleys where no sun rose and no rooster called. It touched black stones polished by countless crossings, brushed against roots of pale reeds, carried the faint shimmer of silver coins, and reflected stars that did not belong to any sky above the living world. The river had always moved, but on this night it was still. Charon noticed it before he noticed the silence. The old ferryman sat on the low wooden bench that's astern of his boat, one hand resting on the long pole he used to guide the ferry from shore to shore. His cloak, dark as damp stone, lay around his narrow shoulders. His lantern hung from the curved prow, breathing a small amber circle into the mist. Beside his feet, in a shallow bowl carved from olive wood, lay the coins of the last crossing, to silver pieces, cool and worn, each one touched by hands that had trembled only a little. The coins did not shine brightly. Nothing in that place ever shone too brightly. But they held the kind of gentle light that old things carry when they have passed through many stories. Charon had meant to count them, as he always did, not because he cared for wealth. The ferryman had no use for riches. He owned no house with a red roof, no orchard, no cloak woven for comfort, no painted cup filled with wine. What he had was the boat, the pole, the lantern, the river, and time. He had more time than any king had ever dreamed of, and less rest than the poorest shepherd who slept on summer grass. He counted the coins because counting was a way of ending one journey before the next began. One coin for a woman who had crossed with a sprig of thyme tucked into her sleeve. One coin for an old soldier who had not spoken of battles but only asked, very softly, whether the dogs of his youth still remembered him somewhere. One coin for a baker whose hands, even in death, seemed dusted with flour. One coin for a sailor who had laughed under his breath at the sight of an underground river, and said it smelled, somehow, like rain. Every coin was a small punctuation mark, a pause, a breath between one life and the life beyond life. Charon counted them, placed them away, and waited. He had waited for so long that waiting had become the shape of him. Tonight, as he lowered his hand toward the bowl, he stopped. The river was not tugging at the ferry. Usually, even when the water seemed calm, it pulled gently at the hull. It murmured against the wood. It pressed and released, as though breathing in sleep. And reeds along the bank whispered to one another, and the mist moved in slow veils, parting and gathering, parting and gathering. Tonight the hull was motionless. No ripple touched the boat. No reed bent. The mist held itself in place like a curtain waiting for a hand that had forgotten to draw it aside. Charon lifted his head. Across the river, the far shore lay hidden in pale vapor. It was not a frightening shore. Not to him. Not any more. There were fields there beyond the landing stones. Fields of asphodel that opened softly under a dim, eternal light. There were cypress trees, standing quiet and tall, and low hills where the souls who had grown tired of wandering found places to sit. There were orchards where no fruit fell before its time, and paths that curved gently toward halls filled with old music. The living spoke of the underworld in voices lowered by fear, but the dead often arrived surprised by its stillness. "Is this it?" some would ask, and Charon, who did not waste words, would sometimes answer, "'Tis the crossing." He had never said more than needed saying, yet he had listened. That was what no poem remembered. The poets gave him shadows, bones, hollow eyes, hand outstretched for payment. They painted him stern and terrible, as if every old face must belong to cruelty. They gave him impatience, because they did not know what endless service did to a soul. Or perhaps they did know, but impatience made for easier songs. Charon was old, older than many gods cared to admit. He had seen kings arrive without crowns. He had seen beggars arrive with the dignity of mountains. He had ferried mothers, merchants, dancers, philosophers, vineyard keepers, lamp makers, shepherd boys, grown old in the sun, poets who asked whether anyone still sang their verses, and queens who kept touching their throats as though necklaces might still be there. He had carried the proud after pride had softened. He had carried the lonely after loneliness had become unnecessary. He had carried those who feared the crossing, and those who were too weary to fear anything at all. He had heard last memories spoken into mist, the taste of figs, a blue door, a brother's hand, a garden after rain, the smell of wool drying by a hearth, a song from the next room, someone waiting at the end of a road. These were the gentler stories, the ones no hero carved into stone, the stories that came loose from people when there was no longer any reason to pretend. And Charon carried them, night after night, age after age. He carried them across the river until the words sank into the wood of his boat and lived there, like grain. But now no one stood on the bank. No sandaled foot touched the landing stone. No hand held out a coin. No messenger's wing brushed the air. No quiet figure waited in the mist. Charon rose slowly. The boat shifted beneath him, but the water did not. It accepted the movement without answering. He was tall in the way old trees are tall, not from straightness, but from endurance. His back had bent a little over centuries of leaning into the pole. His hands were long and corded, marked by time and river damp. His beard, which the living imagined ragged, was in truth neatly kept, white as reed flower, falling to the center of his chest. His face was lined, yes, but not cruel. The lines around his mouth had been carved by silence, the lines beside his eyes by watching. He stepped toward the prow and lifted the lantern from its hook. The flame inside bowed, straightened, and bowed again. "Strange," he said. His voice was low and rough from disuse, like a stone turning under water. The word went nowhere. Usually the river took his words and loosened them into the mist. Tonight the word remained near him, as if the air itself had grown too still to carry it away. He looked toward the bank where the newly arrived always appeared. There was the dark stone quay, old beyond measure, its surface worn smooth by countless feet. There was the path ascending between the reeds. There was the arch of pale rock beyond it, where souls first came into the river dark. A faint silver dust usually gathered there, the trace of Hermes' sandals when he had brought another traveler to the edge. Tonight the arch was empty. No dust, no footstep, no breath. Charon narrowed his eyes. He had known quiet nights before. Some nights brought only 3 passengers. Some brought 1. Once, long ago, there had been a slow winter night when he had waited nearly the length of an entire mortal dream before a potter came down the path humming to himself, a coin under his tongue and clay still beneath his nails. But never none. Never silence from shore to shore. The old ferryman lifted the lantern higher and turned back toward the boat. That was when he saw the gift. At first it seemed to be only a fold of mist caught beneath the middle bench, a pale shape where no pale shape should have been. Charon lowered the lantern, and the amber light opened around it. It was a small bundle wrapped in linen, not funerary linen, not the stiff ceremonial wrapping priests used when they spoke carefully over the dead. This linen was soft and loosely tied, like something taken from a household chest. The fabric was the color of unbaked bread, and across the top lay a strand of river reed knotted into a tiny star. Charon did not move for a long moment. The dead brought coins. The gods brought commands. No one brought gifts to the ferryman. Slowly he crouched and reached beneath the bench. His fingers closed around the bundle. It was lighter than he expected, and warm. It surprised him more than the stillness. Warmth was rare on the river. There was lantern warmth. Yes, and the faint warmth of souls who remembered sunlight for a while after arriving. But this was a different warmth, quiet, steady, like a stone that had rested all afternoon beside a hearth. Charon sat again with the bundle on his knees. The boat did not rock. The river waited. Reeds waited. Even the lantern flame seemed to bend toward him. He untied the reed star first. It had been made carefully by hands that knew old patterns. 4 slender points crossed at the center and fastened, with a loop of gold thread so thin he nearly missed it. The reed smelt faintly of wet earth and spring rain. Inside the linen lay 3 things: a silver coin, a small sprig of dried lavender, and a shallow cup made of dark clay, no larger than the hollow of his palm. The coin was unlike the others. Charon lifted it between finger and thumb and brought it close to the lantern. It was old, but unworn. On one side was the image of a boat, simple and curved. On the other, instead of a king's face, there was a star over still water. He turned it once. The coin caught the lantern light and gave it back softly. The lavender seemed stranger still. Its purple had faded to a gentle gray. But when he touched it, the scent rose clear and calming, carrying with it a memory not his own. A hillside, under late afternoon sun, bees moving slowly through warm air, someone laying linen over a garden wall. Charon closed his hand around the sprig, and for the first time in many years he remembered a breeze. He could not remember where he had first felt one. There had been a time before the ferry. Surely there had. Even he must have begun somewhere. But beginnings are fragile things. When one lives too long among endings, they become thin. They turn translucent. They float away. He knew the river. He knew the weight of coins. He knew the sound of quiet weeping and quieter relief. He knew the names of all the landing stones. But he did not know any more. Whether he had once stood beneath the open sky and felt the air move gently against his face. The lavender answered without words. Yes, it seemed to say. What's? The clay cup held nothing. At least, that was how it first appeared. Charon tilted it toward the lantern, and saw only darkness inside, a small round darkness, with no reflection. He touched the rim. The cup was warm like the bundle. Its surface bore the marks of a potter's fingers, 3 faint grooves circling the outside. He knew those grooves. Not the cup, not exactly, but the manner of making. A potter had crossed with him once, long ago, on that nearly empty winter night. The man had hummed to himself and carried no fear. His coin had been wrapped in a scrap of wool because, he said, old habits were hard to leave behind. Did you make many cups? Charon had asked him. It was one of the few questions he had ever asked a passenger. The potter had smiled. Enough for thirsty people, not enough for lonely ones. Then he had looked down at his hands and added, oh, perhaps those are the same people in the end. Charon had not known what to say. So he had ferried the man across, taken the coin, and watched him walk into the asphodel fields, where a woman waited with her shawl gathered around her shoulders. The potter had gone to her without hurrying. She had touched his face, and together they had disappeared beneath the pale trees. Now, ages later, Charon held a cup made with the same 3 grooves. His fingers tightened. From somewhere beyond the mist came a sound he had not heard in many centuries. A bell, not loud, not near, one soft note only. It spread across the still river in a widening circle, though the water did not ripple. The note passed through the reeds, through the lantern flame, through the old wood of the boat. It passed through Charon too, and something in him that had been standing for a very long time sat down. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the mist had changed. A narrow path of faint starlight lay across the river, stretching away from the prow. It did not lead to the ordinary far shore. Not quite. It angled gently downstream, where the river curved behind a bank of silent reeds and disappeared into a part of the underworld even Charon seldom visited. The old ferryman looked at the empty landing. Oh, passengers. He looked at the bundle on his knees. A coin, a sprig, a cup. Then he looked at the water. Am I meant to go? He asked. The river did not answer in words, but the boat, after its long stillness, drifted forward by the width of a hand. Charon's breath left him slowly. He had guided that ferry for longer than memory. He had pushed it through currents, steered it through fog, held it steady for trembling souls, and brought it back always to the same bank. He knew every crossing, every distance, every hidden stone beneath the surface, but he had not simply drifted in centuries. He had not let the river choose. The boat moved again, just a little. The lantern swayed on its hook, sending amber light over the silver coin and the reed star. Charon could have taken up the pole. He could have pressed it against the riverbed and returned to the landing. He could have waited properly, as he always had. He could have told himself that no gift was meant for him, that ferrymen did not follow mysteries, that rest was for those who arrived weary, not for the one who carried them. Instead, he set the clay cup beside him, He placed the coin within it. He laid the lavender across the rim. Then he took his hands from the pole. The boat drifted. For a while, nothing changed except the sound. At first there had been no sound at all. Then, as the ferry slipped into the starlit path, the river began to murmur again. Not its usual low speech against the hull, but something softer. It sounded less like water moving over stone, and more like linen being folded, like a cloak drawn gently over sleeping shoulders, like someone smoothing a blanket at the end of a long day. The reeds on either side of the river leaned inward. Their pale heads brushed one another and whispered. Charon did not catch words at first, only the hush of them, only the rhythm. Rest, rest, rest. The old ferryman kept very still. He had heard the river speak in many ways. It had groaned during ages of war, when too many came to the banks at once. It had sighed during plagues. It had hummed beneath harvest moons, when the old died peacefully in their beds, and came with gratitude folded into their hands. Sometimes, when poets crossed, the river caught their unfinished lines, and repeated them 4 days. But never had it spoken to him. Not like this. The ferry passed the first bend. The landing disappeared behind mist. Ahead, the river widened. Charon knew this place, and did not know it. The banks drew farther apart, revealing low meadows of shadowed grass and clusters of white flowers that opened only in the underworld dark. The stars above were distant, reflected from somewhere beyond the earth, small and silver and patient. It trembled on the surface of the river, or the water remained smooth as polished glass. He saw shapes beneath the surface. Not bodies, not faces, memories. The river was full of them tonight. Usually they moved too deep to see. The dead carried their memories across, and some memories rose for a moment around the ferry before sinking into whatever quiet place awaited them. Charon had learned not to look too closely. A ferryman who looked into every sorrow would eventually become too heavy to row. But tonight the river offered only gentle things. A courtyard washed in morning light, a cat asleep in a patch of sun, hands kneading dough, a fisherman mending his net while his daughter, grown old now herself, sang beside him, a green hillside after rain, a table set for two, an old woman laughing, because the pomegranate she had opened was sweeter than expected. A young man lying in an orchard, not wounded, not afraid, only watching clouds move slowly between branches. The memories glowed beneath the boat and faded behind it. Charon watched them pass. He remembered some of the souls who had carried them. Not all. There had been too many. Yet certain crossings remained within him, as certain stones remain warm after sunset. He remembered the weaver from Thebes, who had arrived holding a scrap of blue thread. She had apologized for keeping him waiting, though she had not kept him waiting at all. During the crossing, she told him she had spent 40 years making cloth for other people as weddings, and had never once worn anything fine herself. On the far shore, 3 women had been waiting for her, all wearing blue. He remembered a shepherd who brought no coin because his family had been poor and his burial rushed. Charon had seen the shame in the man's lowered head, and had taken instead the smooth white pebble he offered. "Will it do?" the shepherd had whispered. Charon had looked at the pebble, then at the man's tired face. It will do. He still had that pebble somewhere, tucked into the seam of the boat near the stern. He remembered a child too, though he did not linger there. The river softened that memory before it could ache. The child had not been afraid. Children rarely understood the crossing until it was already behind them. She had asked whether the stars under the water were fish. Charon had told her no. Then, after thinking, he had said, "Not fish exactly." That answer had pleased her. On the far shore, someone had come running. That was enough. The boat continued down the widened river. Charon let the memories pass without grasping at them. He had carried them once. He did not need to carry them again. That thought came to him quietly, as if placed in his hands by someone kind. He did not need to carry them again. For a long while he listened to the reeds. The mist thinned. On the left bank appeared a grove of cypress trees. Their trunks were dark and straight, and between them hung small lights, each one steady as a held breath. Charon had never seen lamps in that grove before. No one tended them, no soul walked there, yet the lights burned with a calm blue-gold glow, not unlike evening in the world above, when the last sun has left the hills, but has not yet left the windows. The ferry slowed near the grove. Charon reached for the pole, then stopped himself. Number. Tonight the river was guiding. The boat turned of its own accord toward a narrow channel between the reeds. They parted without sound. A lantern at the prow brightened slightly, and its reflection stretched long on the still water. The channel was just wide enough for the ferry. Charon had passed this bend thousands of times, and never seen an opening there. The reeds had always grown thick, hiding whatever lay beyond. Now they bowed aside, revealing water darker than the main river, but not threatening. It was the darkness of a closed room at night, familiar and safe. As the ferry entered the channel, the air changed. It smelled of rain, not underworld damp, not river mist, real rain, the kind that falls on terracotta roofs and fig leaves, on dusty roads and warm stones, on fields that have waited all summer for relief. Charon inhaled slowly. The lavender on the cup stirred, though there was no wind. The silver coin gave a faint sound against the clay. Ahead, something pale appeared through the reeds. At first Charon thought it was a stone. Then the ferry glided closer, and he saw a small landing he had never known. It was made not of black rock like the ordinary quay, but of smooth white marble veined with gray. Time had softened its edges. Moss grew between the stones, silver in the lantern light. On either side stood two low pillars, each carved with the image of a boat beneath a star. Charon's hands tightened on his knees. The same image as the coin. The ferry touched the landing with the gentlest sound. For a moment the old ferryman did not stand. He looked at the marble stones, at the pillars, at the narrow path leading away between cypress roots and mist, then back at the boat, as though he expected a passenger to appear and explain the evening to him. No one came. The reeds whispered. Rest. He rose. His knees ached, though he could not remember when they had begun to do so. Perhaps they had always ached. Perhaps he had simply never listened. He took the lantern from the prow. After a pause, he also took the clay cup with the coin and lavender. The reed star he tucked carefully into the fold of his cloak. Then, for the first time in longer than any mortal history, Charon stepped away from his ferry without a passenger beside him. The marble held firm beneath his sandals. The boat remained where it was, quiet and waiting. Charon stood on the hidden landing and looked back across the water. From there, the river seemed wider and softer than it did from the boat. The mist lay low, revealing the distant scatter of stars above. His ferry, dark and narrow, rested against the marble with its lantern shadow stretching behind it. It looked tired. That thought surprised him. He had never thought of the boat as tired before. It was simply the boat. The same cypress boards, same iron rings, the same worn bench, the same keel that had kissed both shores more times than any song could count. But now, from the landing, it seemed to him like an old animal that had carried burdens faithfully, and had at last been allowed to lower itself beside still water. Charon bowed his head slightly to it, and he turned and followed the path wound through cypress and pale grass. There was no moon, yet the ground was visible, lit by the distant stars, and by small lamps placed here and there among the roots. Each lamp had a clay shade pierced with tiny holes, so that light spilled outward in patterns like constellations. Charon walked slowly. He did not know how to walk without purpose. Every step he had taken for ages belonged to a task. Tying the ferry, untying it, steadying a passenger, collecting a coin, pushing from shore, returning again. Even his stillness had been useful. Waiting was part of the work. But this path asked nothing from him. It did not hurry him. It did not lead him with urgency. It simply opened ahead and closed behind, one quiet curve at a time. The cypress trees thinned, then the sound of the river faded, until it was no louder than breath. Charon came into a small meadow. At its center stood a low stone table. On the table was a lamp, a folded cloth, and a basin filled with water so still it reflected stars, not overhead, but deep within itself. Charon approached carefully. The meadow was bordered by reeds, though no river ran there. His silver plumes stood motionless. Beyond them, the underworld fields stretched away into mist. Somewhere far off, he thought he heard music, but it was too distant to follow. Perhaps it was only memory loosening its strings. On the stone table, beside the basin, lay another object, a second coin. This one was copper, dark with age, pierced through the center and threaded on a cord. It looked like the kind a living person might wear close to the heart for luck, though Charon knew luck had little to do with rivers. He set the clay cup down and lifted the cord. As soon as the coin touched his palm, the basin stirred. One small ripple moved across the water. Then another. The reflection of the stars broke apart and gathered again. And in the basin, Charon saw the ordinary landing by the river, the black quay, the pale arch, the empty path where passengers should have come. But now, in the basin as water, the path was not empty. Someone stood there, a figure in a travel cloak, with winged sandals faintly silver at the ankles. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, leaned against the stone arch with his arms folded, looking not impatient, but unusually still. His face, which often carried the quick brightness of one who has never had to stay anywhere long, was softened by the mist. In one hand he held his staff, in the other a small pouch. Charon watched without speaking. In the basin, Hermes looked toward the river as though he knew he was being seen. And he smiled. It was not his clever smile, not the smile of markets, roads, bargains, and thresholds. It was gentler than that. The god lifted the pouch and turned it over. No coins fell out, empty. Then he pressed one finger to his lips, pointed toward the hidden channel, and faded from the water. Charon stared at the basin. So Hermes knew. Perhaps Hermes had made sure no souls came to the river, or perhaps he had only been told to wait. The gods, it was rarely simple, yet the empty pouch meant something. No coins tonight, no passengers tonight, no crossings, a night without work. Charon lowered himself onto the stone bench beside the table. He did it slowly, as if some part of him expected the meadow to vanish beneath him the moment he accepted its invitation. But the bench held. The lamp burned softly. The basin returned to stillness, a night without work. Words moved through him like warm water. He did not know what to do with them. For ages beyond counting, rest had been something he delivered others toward. Not always immediately, not always completely. Some souls wandered, some remembered too sharply. Some needed the fields, the halls, the quiet paths, the company of those who had gone before. A crossing itself was a kind of release. First loosening, the first proof that the hardest moment had passed. Charon had witnessed rest in thousands of faces. He had never asked it for himself. The clay cup sat beside the basin, lavender across its rim, silver coin inside. Charon looked at it for a long time. Then, with a carefulness that felt almost ceremonial, he lifted the cup. It was no longer empty. Inside was water, clear water, reflecting a single star. He had not seen anyone fill it. He had heard no pouring, yet the cup held water as if it had always been there. Charon brought it near his face. It smelled faintly of lavender and rain. He drank. The water was cool, but not cold. It tasted of deep springs, of shaded wells, of mountain snow remembered by stone. It moved through him slowly, and wherever it went some ancient tightness loosened. His shoulders lowered, his hands, which had curled from centuries around the pole, opened slightly. The lines beside his mouth softened. He set the cup down and closed his eyes. In the darkness behind his lids, he saw the river not as a duty, but as water. Only water. Beautiful, quiet water, beneath faraway stars. For a while Charon simply sat. The old ferryman, who had carried so many, allowed the night to carry him, and around the hidden meadow the reeds kept watch. The lamps burned in their clay shades. The basin held its stars. Far behind him his ferry rested against the marble landing with no passenger waiting, no coin required, no voice calling from the bank. And for the first time in an age of ages, Charon did not rise when the silence deepened. He let it deepen. He let it gather around him. He let the stillness become not an interruption, but a gift. Above the meadow, where no mortal sky had ever been, the distant stars seemed to lean a little closer. Charon did not know how long he sat beside the basin. Time had always moved differently on the river, if it moved at all. There were no clocks in that place, no dawn to measure the end of labor, no evening meal, no shutters closing one by one along a village street. There was only arrival, crossing, return. Arrival, crossing, return. The old rhythm had been so complete that he had never thought to ask whether time passed around him or merely through him. But in the hidden meadow, after the water from the clay cup had settled inside him, time seemed to loosen. It did not stop. It softened. The lamp on the stone table burned with a small and steady flame. The basin held its quiet stars. The reeds around the meadow stood tall and silver, and beyond them the distant underworld breathed in its ancient sleep. Charon sat with both hands resting open on his knees. Open hands felt strange. His fingers were used to the shape of the pole, to the edge of coins, to the rope at the ferry's prow. Even when he slept, if the brief gray pauses between crossings could be called sleep, his hands curled slightly, ready for work before work had even returned. Now they lay empty. The emptiness did not feel like loss. It felt like a space made ready. The clay cup rested beside him. The lavender still lay across its rim, and the silver coin within it glowed faintly whenever the lantern flame moved. Charon looked at the coin's marked face, the little boat beneath the star, and wondered who had made such a thing. Not Hermes. Hermes was clever with signs and thresholds, but he rarely made anything slowly enough to leave tenderness in it. Not Hades. The Lord below was just in his own deep way, but his gifts carried the weight of law. Not the Fates. Their work was too precise, too cleanly cut. This gift had been made by many hands, or by one hand remembering many. The thought had scarcely finished forming when the reeds on the far side of the meadow parted. Charon did not stand at once. The old habit rose in him, to lift himself, to prepare, to receive whoever had come. But the cup gave a tiny sound against the stone, no louder than a bead touching clay, and the sound seemed to remind him that night was not like other nights. so who remained seated. Through the reeds came a woman carrying no torch. She needed none. A dim green gold light seemed to travel with her, not shining from her skin or garments in any dazzling way, but resting around her as lamplight rests around the window in winter. Her dress was dark at the hem where it brushed the meadow grass, and pale near the shoulders, like a field seen first in shadow and then in spring. In her hair were small white flowers, and at her throat hung the narrow chain of pomegranate seeds, carved from garnet. Charon knew her before she spoke. All in the underworld knew Persephone, but not all knew the quiet of her. The living imagine her in fragments, a maiden taken, queen crowned, daughter missed, a wife beneath the earth, a season leaving and returning. They told the story as if one person could be understood by the road that brought her somewhere. Charon had seen her walk the asphodel fields at hours when even the oldest shades rested. He had seen her kneel beside those newly arrived, and speak gently until they remembered that breathing was no longer required. He had seen her place flowers in rooms where no living flower should have opened. He had seen Hades listen when she spoke, and the deep halls become less cold for it. She came now without ceremony. No procession moved behind her. No crown pressed brightness into the mist. She was simply there, among the reeds and quiet lamps, looking at him with the patient kindness of someone who knew what it meant to belong to more than one world. "Ferryman," she said. Her voice did not disturb the meadow. It settled into it. Charon bowed his head, slowly and deeply. "Lady." Persephone came to the stone table and stood across from him. For a moment she looked not at Charon, but at the clay cup, the lavender, and the silver coin. Then she smiled. "A good beginning," she said. Charon's brow furrowed slightly. "Beginning." She touched one finger to the rim of the basin. The water did not ripple this time. Instead, one small star within it brightened, and then dimmed again, like an eye closing peacefully. "You have spent a long time bringing others to their endings," she said. "Tonight is not an ending for you, only a beginning of rest." The word rest still felt unfamiliar when spoken aloud. Charon looked down at his hands. "I do not know what is required." "Nothing." He lifted his eyes. Persephone's expression softened, and there was almost amusement in it, though not the kind that wounds. That is often the difficult part. The old ferryman breathed out through his nose. Sound close to a sigh, but not quite one. He looked toward the reeds she had entered. "There are no passengers." "No. Hermes waits at the landing." "He does." "With an empty pouch." "For once." Charon considered this. The meadow seemed to listen with him. Even the lamps among the cypress roots burned more quietly, as though they too wished to hear the answer, but did not want to hurry it. "Who ordered it?" he asked. Persephone did not answer immediately. She turned toward the basin and watched the stars held there. When she spoke again, her voice was low and slow. "Not ordered," she said. "Asked." "By whom?" "The river first." Charon was still. Persephone continued. "Then by those who crossed it." The faintest unease moved through him. Not fear, something more tender and less familiar. He had carried countless souls, but he had not imagined them asking anything on his behalf. Most went onward. Some turned once from the far shore. A few thanked him. Many were too overwhelmed, too quiet, too newly unburdened to speak. He had never expected more. He had never wanted more. Or if he had, the wanting had been buried so deep under duty that it had become part of the riverbed. "I only carried them," he said. Persephone looked at him for a long moment. Then she sat on the other side of the stone table, folding herself gracefully onto the bench, as though she had come not to rule, not to explain, but to share the silence. Only, she repeated gently. The word rested between them. Charon looked away. Beyond the meadow, the hidden path glowed faintly through the reeds. Somewhere far behind, his ferry remained at the marble landing. He could feel it there, waiting, but not calling. Its waiting was different now. It did not pull at him. It kept place for him. Persephone reached toward the clay cup, but did not touch it. The cup, she said, was made by a potter who crossed in winter. Charon's fingers curled once, then relaxed. I remember. He remembered you too. The meadow seemed to grow wider around that sentence. He made many cups after he arrived, Persephone said. At first he made them because his hands missed the wheel. Later, because there were always people who did not know what to do with their hands after sorrow. He taught them to shape clay. He taught them to leave thumbprints. He taught them that a vessel can be empty without being useless. Charon looked at the cup. Its 3 faint grooves caught the lamplight. He said, Charon murmured, that he had made enough cups for thirsty people, not enough for lonely ones. Persephone's smile deepened, very slightly. Yes, she said. He has been trying to correct that. The ferryman said nothing. It was some sentences that asked, not for an answer, but for a place to settle. Persephone reached next for the lavender and lifted it with careful fingers. This came from the upper air. Charon's gaze moved to the faded sprig. From your mother's fields? He asked. From many fields, she said. From gardens near temple steps, from cracks beside old roads, from windows where women dried herbs in summer, from hillsides where bees forgot to hurry. My mother gathered the scent of it. I brought the sprig. She placed it back across the rim of the cup. It is a small piece from the living world, she said, a reminder that there are still breezes you have not felt in a long time. Charon closed his eyes for a moment. Lavender had already shown him the shape of a breeze, or the memory of one. Now the scent rose again, faint but clear, and behind it came the thought of linen snapping softly on a line, of sun-warmed stone, of a hillside that did not know his name, and therefore asked nothing of him. He opened his eyes. And the coin, Persephone did not lift it. The silver coin lay in the cup, marked with a small boat and star. Its glow was humble, but steady. That one was not minted in any city, she said. It was made here. By whom? Persephone looked toward the reeds. They each gave a little. The reeds stirred. This time they did not whisper rest. They whispered names, not loudly, not clearly enough to overwhelm, just a soft crossing of syllables, as if the meadow had become a room in which many people slept and dreamed in their own languages. Charon heard fragments: a baker's daughter, a soldier's brother, an old singer from the islands, a midwife who had crossed, with red thread around her wrist, a fisherman who had paid with a shell when no coin could be found, a philosopher who spent the whole crossing silent, and then apologized for having once spoken too much. The names did not crowd him. They passed like cool water over stone. Not payment, Persephone said. Gratitude. Charon looked at the coin for so long that the lantern flame beside the basin bent lower. Gratitude. He knew the word. Of course he knew it. He had heard it spoken by passengers with shaking voices, by souls stepping from the boat onto the far shore, by those who saw someone waiting in the fields ahead. Thank you, ferryman. Thank you. Thank you for taking me across. He had always accepted the words as he accepted coins, briefly, quietly, and without keeping them near the surface. But the river had kept them. The river had saved what he did not know how to receive. Charon lowered his head. The darkness around him did not press close. It opened. Persephone let the silence remain until it became gentle again. Then she stood. There is something I would show you. The old ferryman looked toward the path. "Must I take the cup?" "If you wish." He did wish. Oh, he might not have said so. He lifted it carefully, keeping the lavender balanced across the rim. The silver coin rested at the bottom, no longer clinking, as though the cup had deepened to hold it properly. Persephone turned and walked toward the far side of the meadow. Charon followed. They did not return for the path by which she had come. Instead, she led him between two low cypress trees, whose branches grew together overhead. Small clay lamps hung among the leaves, each pierced with constellations. Their light fell across Persephone's shoulders and Charon's hands, over the cup, over the worn hem of his cloak. Beyond the cypress arch, the ground sloped downward, not steeply, only enough that each step seemed to invite the body to release a little more of its own weight. The meadow opened into a long hollow filled with pale grasses. A narrow ribbon of water ran through it, not the main river, but something quieter and shallower. It did not pull, it did not carry, it merely reflected. Along both sides of this little watercourse stood lanterns, hundreds of them. No, more than hundreds. They extended into the mist, soft points of gold, blue, rose, and silver, each one enclosed in a different vessel. Some were made of clay, some of glass, some of shells, some of old bronze cups polished by patient hands. Some hung inside folded leaves that did not wither. Some floated in shallow bowls on the water, moving so slowly they barely seemed to move at all. Charon stopped at the top of the slope. The sight entered him quietly, then deeply. "These are not stars," he said. "No." "Or souls." "No." Persephone stood beside him. "They are the gentler stories." Charon did not move. Below them, the lanterns breathed. One nearest the path glowed inside a blue glass cup. Within its light, Charon saw, for just a moment, a woman's hands braiding her sister's hair on the morning of a wedding. The image was so small and tender that it vanished almost as soon as he recognized it. Another lantern, held in a shell, carried the sound of waves beneath a boy's laughter. A bronze lamp contained the smell of soup thick with barley and herbs. A floating bowl held the memory of two old friends, sitting in companionable silence beneath an olive tree, neither needing to say what both already knew. Charon descended one step, then another. The lanterns did not flare at his approach. They welcomed him by remaining calm. "This place has been here?" he asked. "For a long time. I did not know. You were always working." There was no accusation in her voice. That made the words harder to dismiss. They walked slowly along the watercourse. The lanterns on either side held pieces of lives, but not the sharp pieces, not the final breaths, not the grief around bedsides, or the fear of leaving. His missed memories belong elsewhere, to other halls, other healing, other long unfoldings. Here were the things people had remembered while crossing, after fear had loosened, but before forgetting could take anything unnecessary. Here were small tables, garden gates. Here were songs hummed in kitchens. Here were goats with bells around their necks, and boats dragged onto sand, and the first fig of summer split open by a thumb. Here were evening fires, clean sheets, good bread, rain barrels filling, letters received, letters forgiven, letters never sent, but somehow understood. Here were ordinary mercies. Charon had heard them all, or many of them. He had thought they passed through him and away. Instead, the river had gathered them and made garden. They came to a lantern shaped from green glass. Its light trembled softly as Charon neared it. Inside, a field appeared, bright beneath the living sun. Lavender grew in long rows, moving under wind. Charon felt the cup warm in his hand. He stopped. The image in the green lantern widened, not becoming real, but becoming near. He saw a woman walking between the rows with a basket on her arm. Her hair was covered in linen. She was not young, but her movements were easy. She paused now and then to cut the lavender stems and lay them together. Bees moved around her without haste. At the edge of the field stood a little boy. He could not see the boy's face. The child was turned away, looking toward the hills. Something in the set of the small shoulders made Charon's chest tighten. Persephone did not speak. The wind inside the lantern moved through the lavender, and the boy lifted one hand as feeling it pass between his fingers. Then the light softened, and the image became only green glass again. Charon stood very still. "That was not from a passenger," he said. "No." His voice had roughened. "Whose memory was it?" Persephone's eyes were kind, but she did not answer fully. "A piece that the river kept for you." Charon looked down at the cup. The lavender sprig lay quiet across the rim. "I do not remember it. Not yet." He did not ask more. Some doors were not opened by force. He had watched enough souls learn that truth after trying to pull their whole lives behind them into the boat. Memory, like water, came when the hand unclenched. They continued. The path curved closer to the watercourse, and the lanterns grew larger. One held the sound of a loom, another the warmth of a dog sleeping against tired feet, another a star seen through a roof-hole by someone who had never traveled beyond her own valley, but had known wonder anyway. As they walked, Charon began to recognize certain stories, not by faces, but by the feeling they left behind. Here was the old soldier who had asked about his childhood dogs. The lantern made for him was plain iron, and inside its light 2 young hounds ran over grass, not barking loudly, just running with the full joy of remembered bodies. Here was the baker. Her lantern was a little oven-shaped thing, made of clay, glowing with the color of bread crust. The air around it smelled of flour, yeast, and morning. Here was the sailor who had laughed softly at the underground river. His lantern floated in a shallow bowl of dark blue water, and within it a small sail turned under rain. Charon's steps slowed. He had carried them. He had carried all of this. Not alone, perhaps. The river had carried them too. The boat, the coin, the gods in their distant ways. But his hands had steadied the crossing. His presence had been the shore between fear and whatever came after. He had not thought of it that way. He had thought only, another passenger, another crossing, another return. The clay cup warmed again. When he glanced down, he saw that it had filled itself once more. Persephone noticed but did not instruct him. Charon lifted the cup and drank. This time the water tasted faintly of honey, not sweet enough to startle, only enough to remind him that sweetness existed. As he lowered the cup, the ache in his hands loosened further. His knuckles, stiff from ages of gripping the ferry pole, seemed to remember another shape. For a moment he had the sensation of holding not wood, but a bowl, and a stone warmed by sun, then a child's hand. The impressions passed gently. He did not chase them. At the next bend, the little watercourse widened into a pool. The lanterns gathered around it in a half-circle, their reflections mingling until the surface looked like a quiet sky turned upside down. At the far edge of the pool stood a stone chair softened with moss and covered by a folded dark blue cloth. Charon paused. Persephone walked to the chair and touched the cloth. "This was made for tonight," she said. "A throne?" "No." The answer came so quickly, so warmly, that Charon almost smiled. Persephone looked back at him. A seat, a distinction mattered. A throne required posture, authority, attention. A seat required only that one sit. Charon approached slowly. The chair was broad, with low arms and a back carved in the shape of reeds. Moss grew in its grooves. The dark blue cloth folded over it was simple wool, but fine and softer than anything Charon owned. He remained standing before it. Persephone waited. "I should not stay long," he said at last. "No one is asking you to stay long. The river is sleeping. The ferry is resting. The dead are being met." That made him look at her. Persephone's face was calm. "Hermes is at the landing. Thanatos walks gently tonight. Hypnos has laid a quietness on the thresholds. No one is left alone." The old ferryman absorbed this piece by piece. "No one is left alone." It was a practical answer. That helped. Charon understood duty. If others stood watch, then perhaps he was not abandoning the shore. Perhaps the night had not removed him from his place, but surrounded his place with care. Still, sitting felt harder than standing. Persephone touched the back of the stone chair. "You have watched many arrive weary," she said. "You know how they resist the first kindness." He looked at her then. In her eyes was the dark patience of winter soil, and the bright patience of returning spring. She knew about being carried where one had not chosen to go. She knew about making a home in shadow. She knew about receiving offerings from those who did not understand the whole story, but loved anyway. "Is that what this is?" he asked quietly. "A kindness?" "Yes." She considered the question. "It is gratitude taking the shape of kindness." Charon lowered his gaze. The lanterns around the pool flickered gently, one by one, as though many unseen hands had cupped them against a breeze. He sat, not because he was commanded, not because he understood everything, not because he had forgotten the river. He sat because the chair was there, and the night had made a place for him, and something in him too tired to be proud had begun to believe it was allowed. The wool beneath him was warm. The stone supported his back. The cup rested in his hands. For a long moment he simply felt the fact of being held by something that did not need him to move. Persephone sat on a low stone nearby. Neither spoke. The pool before them reflected the lanterns, and beyond the lanterns, stars that seemed nearer here than anywhere along the main river. The water did not ask to be crossed. It did not carry a shore away from another shore. It only held light. After a while, one lantern floated out from the half-circle and came to rest before Charon. It was made from a small silver bowl. The light inside was pale and soft. Charon leaned forward. Within the glow he saw his ferry, not as it was now, resting at the hidden marble landing, but as it had appeared to a soul standing on the ordinary black quay. The boat was narrow, yes. Dark, yes. The lantern at its prow hung low in the mist. Then at the stern stood Charon, silent, waiting. But the memory did not feel frightening. It felt steady. The passenger whose memory this had been must have looked at him and seen not an omen, not a terror, but an old figure who knew the way, a guide. The silver bowl lantern drifted closer. Inside its light, a voice spoke, not aloud in the air, but somewhere near the heart of listening. "I was afraid until I saw that you were not." Charon closed his eyes. The words passed through him like the first warm rain after a dry season. Another lantern drifted forward. This one was clay, with 3 grooves around its side, the potter's. Its light held the winter crossing, the quiet man with clay beneath his nails, the coin wrapped in wool, small smile as he stepped onto the far shore and saw the woman waiting. The voice within it was warm. "I said there were not enough cups for lonely people. I did not know then that you were one of them." Charon's fingers tightened around the cup he held. Persephone turned her face slightly away, giving him the dignity of not being watched too closely. A third lantern came, then a fourth. Not too many. Night was kind enough not to overwhelm him. Each lantern offered only a small piece. a remembered steadiness, a moment of relief, a thank you that had been spoken or unspoken. The shepherd with the white pebble, the weaver with blue thread, the sailor who smelled rain in the underworld, the child who thought stars beneath water might be fish. That lantern made Charon breathe out in something almost like a laugh. Not loud, barely a sound. But Persephone heard it, and her smile remained in the corner of her mouth. The childess lantern was made of clear glass, and inside it little points of light moved beneath a surface of blue-black water. Not fish exactly, the memory whispered. For the first time that night, Charon felt the old lines around his mouth change, not disappear. They had been earned. They belonged to him. They shifted, as if they remembered another arrangement. The lanterns slowly returned to their places around the pool. Charon sat with the cup in his hands, and felt something unfamiliar rise within him. It was not sorrow, though it carried sorrow's depth. It was not joy, though it held joy's warmth. It was the feeling of having been seen without needing to speak. He had listened to so many. Tonight, someone was listening back. Why now? He asked after a while. Persephone looked at the water. Because even ancient things can grow tired. He accepted that more easily than he expected. She continued, and because the river began to slow. Charon looked up. Not tonight, she said. Before tonight, a little more with each age. Not enough for others to notice. But I noticed. Hermes noticed. The boat noticed first. Perhaps the boat. Faithful things know when those who guide them are weary. Charon thought of the ferry resting against the marble landing, looking old and tired beneath its lantern. Quiet ache moved through him. I did not mean to neglect it. You did not. You worked beside it. That is not neglect. But I did not see. Persephone's voice softened. You did not see yourself either. The pool held the words. Charon looked down into the cup. The silver coin inside seemed deeper now, as if it lay at the bottom of a well rather than a shallow vessel. I thought the stillness meant something had gone wrong, he said. It meant something had been heard. We were silent for a long time. Around them, the garden of returned stories glowed without hurry. Lanterns floated. Lanterns hung from reeds. Lanterns rested in moss, in shells, in bowls, in little houses of carved wood. They held the gentle remains of lives that had crossed his boat and gone onward. He wondered how many times gratitude had passed near him, and he had mistaken it for mist. Persephone rose. Charon did not rise immediately. That alone was new. She waited until he was ready, and when he stood, his movements were slower, but not from burden, from permission. The stone chair remained behind him, the wool still warm where he had sat. "Will we return to the ferry?" he asked. "Yes," Persephone said, "before the night is done." He looked toward the lanterned hollow. But not yet, not yet. Words did not alarm him. He held the cup a little closer. Persephone began walking along the far side of the pool, where a path of flat stones crossed the shallow water. Each stone was carved with a small image: an oar, a reed, a cup, a star, a coin, a hand, a boat. Charon followed her across. When his sandal touched the stone marked with a hand, the water on either side brightened. For one breath he saw countless hands offering coins. Young hands, old hands, work-worn hands, ringed hands, empty hands, trembling hands, hands that did not want to let go, hands that released because there was nothing else to do. Then the image faded. At the stone marked with a boat, he saw the ferry from above, drifting along the hidden channel beneath stars. At the stone marked with a cup, he felt again the cool water of lavender and rain. At the final stone, marked with a star, The path ended before a wall of reeds higher than any they had passed before. The reeds were white, not pale green, not silvered by mist, but white as moonlit linen. They stood close together, forming a living curtain. Behind them came a soft glow, warmer than the rest of the underworld, as though dawn had been folded small and hidden there. Persephone stopped before the reeds. Charon came to stand beside her. "What is beyond?" "A shore. I know many shores. Not this one." The reeds moved slightly, though no wind touched them. From beyond came the sound of water lapping very gently against sand. Sand. Not stone. Not black quay. Not marble landing. Sand like the edge of a quiet sea. Charon listened. There was another sound, too, very faint. Voices, perhaps, or lantern flames, or flowers opening. They did not call to him. Not exactly. They waited the way the hidden meadow had waited, the way the cup had waited beneath the bench, the way the river had waited for him to take his hands from the pole. Persephone looked at him. "Beyond this place," she said, "the stories are no longer only memories. They have taken root." Charon held the cup carefully. The silver coin at the bottom shone with its small boat and star. The lavender stirred. "And why would I go there?" he asked, though the question held less resistance than before. Persephone's answer was quiet. "Because some of what you carried has been growing into peace, and some of that peace belongs to you." Charon looked at the white reeds. For a long while he said nothing. He thought of the main river, still beneath the distant stars. He thought of Hermes waiting at the arch with his empty pouch. He thought of Thanatos moving gently through thresholds, of Hypnos laying quietness where fear might have been, of the ferry resting without shame at the marble landing. He thought of the countless souls who had stepped into his boat, and then out of it. He thought of the silver bowl lantern, and the voice that had said, "I was afraid until I saw that you were not." The old ferryman closed his eyes. The underworld did not vanish. It breathed around him. When he opened them again, he gave the smallest nod. Persephone touched the white reeds. They parted soundlessly. Warm mist drifted through the opening, carrying the scent of river water, lavender, clay after rain, and something else Charon could not name yet. Something like morning. Beyond the reeds, a quiet shore waited under stars so low they seemed to rest upon the water. And scattered along that shore, blowing softly among dark grasses and pale flowers, were more lights than Charon could count. Not lanterns this time. Flowers. Each one held a small flame at its center. They bent gently toward him as he stepped closer to the threshold, not bowing, not pleading, only making room. Charon did not cross fully yet. He stood at the edge with the cup in his hands, the queen of the underworld beside him, and the night behind him holding its breath. For once, no one waited to be ferried. For once, the shore ahead waited for him. Charon stood at the edge of the white reeds, and did not yet step forward. The opening before him was wide enough for him to pass through easily. Nothing blocked him. Nothing warned him away. A warm mist beyond the reeds moved gently around his sandals, touching the hem of his dark cloak, carrying with it the scent of river water, lavender, clay after rain, and that other almost forgotten brightness that seemed, more than anything, like morning. Not morning itself, not the sharp gold of a sun breaking over hills. This was softer than that, older, more patient. It was the idea of morning remembered by a place that had never needed day. Beside him, Persephone waited without speaking. She did not urge him. She did not explain further. She only stood with her hands folded loosely before her, her dark dress brushing the white reeds, her garnet pomegranate seeds faintly glowing at her throat. Charon looked down at the cup in his hands. The clay had warmed again. The silver coin lay at the bottom, carrying its small image of the boat beneath the star. The lavender rested across the rim, faded and delicate, but its fragrance had deepened, near the shore, as if the flowers beyond had breathed into it. He could feel the ferry far behind him, not with his hands, and not exactly with his mind, but in the way one senses a familiar room in a house even after leaving it. It rested at the hidden marble landing. It had not called him back. Its quietness remained kind. Still, some part of him lingered at the threshold. For ages, shores had been places where other people arrived. He knew how to bring a soul to a shore. He knew how to steady the boat, how to wait while a passenger looked out at what came next, how to take the final coin, how to watch them step away. He knew how not to follow. He knew how to turn back. He knew how to keep the crossing from becoming about him. But this shore waited in the wrong direction. It waited for him. Persephone seemed to understand the hesitation. "You need not know what to do," she said quietly. Charon's eyes remained on the glowing flowers beyond the reeds. "Every shore has a purpose. Yes, what is this one? A place to receive what could not be given during the crossing." He considered that. The crossings were brief compared to a life, though some passengers made them feel long with silence, or fear, or wonder. Many had tried to thank him. Gratitude spoken at the edge of eternity was often fragile. It trembled. It broke apart. Sometimes it came too early, while the soul still feared the far shore. Sometimes too late, after the passenger had already stepped away. Charon had always let such things pass. The river, apparently, had not. The old ferryman drew one slow breath. Then he stepped through the white reeds. The shore received him without sound. Beneath his sandals was sand. Real sand, or something close to it, fine and pale, cool at first, then gently warm under his weight. It shifted slightly beneath him in a way stone never did. The sensation rose through his legs with such unexpected softness that he looked down, almost startled. He had forgotten that ground could yield. The river before him was not the river he knew. It was water, yes, but wide and shallow along the shore, moving with small, silver-edged breaths. Stars rested upon it, not merely reflected, but gathered there, as if the sky had lowered itself to drink. Farther out, the water darkened into blue-black calm, and beyond that, mist concealed whatever lay on the opposite side. There was no quay, no rope post, no waiting arch, no line of souls, only the quiet shore, the star-touched water, and the field of glowing flowers that curved along the bank. They were unlike any flowers Charon had seen in the asphodel meadows. Asphodel grew pale and endless, a soft sea of remembrance. These flowers were more varied. Some were small as coins, with petals like folded parchment. Some lifted long white cups toward the mist. Some grew in clusters of blue, silver, and soft gold. Some looked almost like lavender, though their stems were dark and their centers held tiny flames. Others were shaped like little lanterns, their petals forming translucent walls around a globe that pulsed quietly, as if keeping time with a sleeping heart. They did not dazzle. They did not demand. They simply burned with small, steady lights. As Charon stepped farther from the reeds, the nearest flowers bent toward him. Not all at once. That would have been too much. Only a few. A cluster of silver-petaled blossoms leaned in the direction of his shadow. Their flames brightened, and from them came the faint sound of a wooden door opening in summer. Then woman's voice, gentle and old, spoke from the light. "You waited until I was ready." The words were gone almost as soon as they came. Charon stood motionless. The flower flames steadied again. He did not know the woman's name, or perhaps he had known and lost it among countless crossings. But he remembered the feeling of that night, a soul standing at the edge of the boat, unable to step in, unable to step away, holding her coin so tightly that it had left a round mark in her palm. He had said nothing. He had only held the ferry against the quay till her breathing slowed and she entered. He had not considered that patience a kindness. It had simply been necessary. Another flower, this one blue and shaped like a small cup, turned its glow toward him. You did not hurry my father. Then another, soft gold. You let me look back once. Then quiet. The flowers returned to their slow breathing. Charon's hands tightened slightly around the clay cup. The warmth of it steadied him. Persephone came to stand beside him, though a little behind, allowing him the space to meet the shore without feeling watched. "This is not the same as the garden of lanterns," he said. "No," she answered. "The lanterns hold what they remembered. These hold what they could not say." The old ferryman looked across the shore. There were more flowers than he could count. 1,000, perhaps. 10,000, more. They curved along the river bank and disappeared into mist. Some grew close to the water. Some climbed the low grassy rise beyond the sand. Some gathered at the roots of cypress trees, whose branches spread wide and dark against the starry air. "What they could not say," he repeated. Persephone's voice was calm. "Fear often uses all the breath a soul has at first. Relief comes later. Understanding later still. Gratitude sometimes grows only after the crossing is long behind them." Charon thought of passengers stepping from the boat onto the far shore. Some had turned back. Some had not. Some had been met by loved ones, and in that meeting all else vanished. Some had wandered forward alone, not abandoned, but too newly arrived to recognize the welcome waiting around them. Some had looked dazed by peace. Some had looked smaller, as though they had carried themselves too heavily in life, and did not yet know how to put the weight down. He had watched them go. He had turned the boat. He had returned, again and again. The flowers had grown behind him. The thought moved through him slowly. Behind him, all this time, behind him. A narrow path of pale stones wound between the flowers, following the curve of the shore. Persephone stepped onto it, and paused. Charon understood the invitation without words and followed. The stones were smooth beneath his sandals, each one half buried in sand and low grass. Some were marked with small carvings: a coin, an oar, a reed, a loaf, a dog, a cup, a star, a closed eye, an open hand. The carvings were simple, worn as if touched often by rain that did not fall, and flowers along the path responded as Charon passed. But softly a white blossom opened a little wider and released the scent of wool warmed by fire. A blue one hummed 3 notes of a lullaby. A gold one flickered with the image of 2 brothers embracing beneath an olive tree. A pale purple flower gave off the scent of lavender, stronger than the sprig in the cup, and Charon slowed. Persephone slowed with him. The flower grew alone at the edge of the path, taller than the others, its stem dark green, its petals long and narrow, each one translucent at the edges. At its center burned not a flame, but a small point of daylight. Charon looked at it. The cup in his hands warmed. The lavender sprig trembled. Inside the flower's glow, the field appeared again. Rows of lavender under a living sky. A hillside. A woman with a basket on her arm, and the little boy standing at the edge of the field, turned toward the hills. This time the memory did not vanish immediately. It unfolded slowly, as if it knew he needed time. The woman moved along the lavender rows with her small curved knife, cutting stems and laying them in her basket. Her sleeves were rolled above her elbows. Her hands were brown from sun. The linen over her hair had loosened, and a strand of dark hair had fallen beside her cheek. The boy stood barefoot in the dust at the edge of the field. He was thin, not from hunger, but from the long-limbed lightness of childhood. His tunic hung loose at the shoulders. In one hand he held a reed he had split at the end, making it into a poor imitation of an oar. With it he pushed at the dry earth as though guiding an invisible boat. Charon watched the child. The boy looked toward the hills, where evening gathered in blue folds. Beyond the hills, though the flower did not show it clearly, there must have been water, not the underworld river, a living river, a narrow one, perhaps, or an inlet from the sea, somewhere with frogs calling at dusk, and boats tied with rope that smelled of salt and hemp. The woman turned. Her face remained indistinct, softened by light, hidden cruelly, but spared from certainty. She called something. Charon could not hear the word. The boy looked back. For one breath, Charon felt the sensation of being cold indoors before evening. Not duty, not command, only someone noticing that the air had cooled. The memory faded at the edges. Charon leaned forward without meaning to. The boy turned away again, and in the last small image before the flower dimmed, he placed his reed against the earth and pushed, pretending to move across water no one else could see. Then the flower returned to itself. The little point of daylight at its center grew calm. Charon stood very still. His hands had closed so tightly around the clay cup that Persephone reached out, not touching him, but close enough that he became aware of it. Slowly he loosened his grip. "That was me," he said. It was not a question. Persephone's gaze rested on the lavender flower. "A part of you. I was a child. Once," he looked at her. "Was I mortal?" Persephone did not answer quickly. The question was old. Perhaps the answer was not as simple as mortal or divine. "You began nearer to the upper world than you remember," she said at last. "Near enough to know warm dust, near enough to know lavender, near enough to know the sound of someone calling before dark." Charon looked back at the flower. The memory had left no sharp pain behind. That surprised him. He had expected, perhaps, that remembering would cut. But this had not cut. It had opened something, gently, like a window unlatched in a room that had long been closed. "I do not remember her name," he said. "No, nor mine then. No." The answer was honest, and because it was honest, he trusted it. "Will I? Perhaps, but not because you force it." Charon let that settle. He had seen souls try to drag whole lives into the boat. They clutched names, grievances, houses, titles, debts, triumphs, regrets. Some memories came easily. Others resisted. A few could only be received after long rest on the far shore. He had told them, in his sparse way, to let what came come. Now the same lesson stood before him in a flower. The old ferryman bowed his head to the lavender blossom, not deeply, only enough. The flower's small daylight warmed, then softened again. They continued along the path. The shore curved inward, forming a quiet cove where the star-touched water lapped at the sand with slow, careful sounds. The glowing flowers grew thicker there, but remained low, making a kind of living border around a flat stone set near the water's edge. Upon the stone lay several objects: a white pebble, a scrap of blue thread, a small shell, a bronze button, a folded piece of linen. Charon recognized some of them before he reached the stone: the shepherd's pebble, the weaver's thread, the shell from a fisherman who had been buried without money, and had apologized until Charon accepted what he had. The bronze button was unfamiliar, though it stirred some quiet part of him. The folded linen looked very old. "These were offerings," Persephone said. "I took them in place of coins." "Yes, I kept some. The river kept what you could not." Charon set the clay cup down beside the objects, and lifted the white pebble. It was smooth, almost perfectly oval, with one pale gray line running across it. He had tucked it into the seam of the boat near the stern long ago, or had meant to, or had done so in one version of memory. Yet here it was, resting on the stone beside the shore. As soon as it touched his palm, a flower at the edge of the cove opened. Shepherd appeared in its light, not as he had been at the landing, ashamed and exhausted, but seated on a hillside under a dim, peaceful sky. Around him lay sheep, sleeping close together like folded clouds. Beside him rested an old dog with a white muzzle. The shepherd looked across whatever field had received him, and though the image carried no full voice, Charon felt its meaning. It did do. The pebble had done. Charon closed his hand around it, and nodded once. He set it down. Then he touched the blue thread. The weaver's flower opened, and a cluster of pale blossoms near the stone. Within them, blue cloth moved in a breeze. 3 women laughed together as they folded it. The color was deeper than sky, deeper than river, not royal, not costly, simply beautiful. The weaver wore it around her shoulders. Charon remembered her apology. He remembered how little space she had taken in the boat, as if afraid even in death of being a burden. The blue flowers gave one soft pulse of light. You saw me arrive. The thread slipped gently from Charon's fingers. He did not answer. There was no need. The shore did not ask him to speak beautifully. It seemed to understand that he had spent too long in necessary words, and did not yet know the shape of unnecessary ones. He touched the shell next. For a moment the air smelt of salt, not the mineral stillness of underworld stone, but true sea salt, sharp and clean, softened by distance. A gull cried somewhere far away, though no gull flew above the underworld shore. The fisherman's flower glowed blue-white. Inside it, small boat rocked safely against a dock, while nets dried in sun. Then that too faded. Charon left the bronze button untouched for now. He was not sure why. Instead, he picked up the folded linen. It was soft, not like funerary cloth, not ceremonial, household linen, much like the bundle that had been left beneath his ferry bench. Its edges were frayed, and in one corner someone had stitched a small pattern with faded thread, a reed crossed with a star. Charon looked at Persephone. She shook her head gently. Not yet. He did not ask. He set the linen back on the stone. The cup beside it had filled again. This time the water inside held tiny points of light, as if the star-touched shore had poured itself into the clay. The silver coin remained at the bottom, but it seemed farther away than before. The lavender floated now, no longer dry, no longer brittle. Its little stems had softened. Its faded purple had deepened slightly. Persephone knelt and touched the water at the edge of the cove. "Fill it here," she said. "It is already full." "Then let the shore finish filling it." Charon lifted the cup and stepped to the water. The flowers nearest him bent back, making room for his shadow. He crouched slowly. His knees protested less than before. The sand shifted beneath him, cool and patient. He lowered the cup until the rim touched the starry surface. The water in the cove did not ripple outward. It rippled inward. Light gathered from the river as skin, and entered the cup in thin silver lines. The coin at the bottom brightened. Lavender stirred. For a breath, Charon saw the image on the coin change. The little boat beneath the star seemed no longer empty. A figure stood inside it, not a passenger, not a god, but a ferryman resting one hand on the side of the boat, while the water carried him. Then the image returned to what it had been. Charon lifted the cup. It was full, yet it did not spill. "This water is not for thirst only," Persephone said. "What is it for?" "For return." He looked toward the white reeds. Oh, they were now partly hidden by the curve of the shore. I thought we were not returning yet. We are not. But when you do, you may carry some of this night with you. He held the cup carefully. The idea of return did not tighten around him as strongly now. It waited somewhere ahead, but not close, not demanding. The ferry would still be there. The river would move again. Passengers would come. Coins would be offered. The old work would continue, but something else could continue too. This cup, this water, this shore, a resting place, did not have to be the end of work. Perhaps that was what he had misunderstood for ages. Perhaps he had imagined, without ever thinking it clearly, that rest belonged only to those finished with their duties, those who had crossed the last river, those whose hands had no more need to grip or guide or hold steady. But Persephone had said the work was not finished, and still the shore had opened. The thought unsettled him more gently than sorrow would have. Rest before completion, rest within service. Rest not as a prize, but as a mercy that made carrying possible. They left the cove by a path that rose into low grass. The glowing flowers thinned, giving way to dark reeds and small stones. The starry water remained visible between cypress trunks, moving beside them now, though Charon did not remember turning away from the shore. The place had a way of unfolding without requiring decisions. The path led to a small shelter. It stood beneath two ancient cypress trees, whose branches leaned together like hands meeting in sleep. The shelter was simple. 4 stone posts, a roof of woven reeds, and curtains of pale linen tied open on each side. Inside were a low bench, a clay lamp, and a shallow bowl filled with lavender stems. Charon stopped before it. Persephone looked at him. "You may sit here. I have already sat." "Yes." He looked at her, uncertain whether this was a jest. Her face remained warm and serious. "More than once is permitted," she said. This time, something within him bid almost smile, not fully, but enough that the night seemed to notice. The flowers nearest the shelter brightened, then dimmed again, respectful of the quiet. Charon entered the shelter and sat on the low bench. The reed roof above him gave off a faint, dry sweetness. The linen curtains moved, though the air remained still. Persephone sat outside on a stone near the threshold, her presence close but not enclosing. For a while neither spoke. The shore made small sounds around them, water breathing against sand, flowers opening and closing their light, far reeds brushing one another. Somewhere the faintest bell note, softer than the one that had first drawn the river's attention. Charon held the cup in both hands. The water inside reflected the reed roof, the clay lamp, and a few stars that had found their way even there. After a long silence, Persephone said, "There are some who believe kindness must announce itself to be real." Charon listened. "But much of it is quiet," she continued. "A place held open, a delay granted, a lamp left burning, a boat kept steady." The old ferryman looked toward the shore. "I have not been kind," he said, "only steady." Steadiness is one of kindness's oldest forms. He absorbed that slowly. The words did not flatter him. That helped. Praise, if too bright, would have made him turn away. But this was simple, almost practical. A name given to something he had been doing without naming it. Steadiness. Kindness. Perhaps they were not always separate. He thought of the passengers who had stepped into his boat shaking. He had not comforted them in many words. He had not told them everything would be well. He did not know, in the moment of crossing, what each soul would need to become well. But he had kept the boat from rocking. He had not mocked fear. He had not hurried sorrow. He had not demanded speech. He had been there. The clay cup warmed in his hands. A flower outside the shelter opened with soft purple light. Within it, the lavender field appeared once more, but from a different angle. The little boy was older now, still young, but taller. He stood near a narrow river in the living world. Evening lay across the banks. Reeds grew there, green and ordinary, their roots in brown water. A small wooden skiff was tied to a post. The boy held the rope in both hands, watching the current pull at the boat. A man stood behind him. The man's face, like the woman's, remained softened by memory. He wore a cloak the color of dusk. His hands were large, and he placed one on the boy's shoulder. This time Charon heard a voice, not clearly enough to remember every word, only the meaning. Do not fight the water before you know where it wishes to go. The boy nodded solemnly. Then the man stepped into the skiff, not as a passenger, but as a teacher, and held out a hand. The flower dimmed. Charon's breath had grown very quiet. Persephone did not turn toward him too quickly. She let the memory finish settling first. I knew boats, Charon said. Yes. For this river. Yes. He looked at the cup, then at his hands. Someone taught me. Yes. The answer was soft, but certain. He waited for pain. It did not come. There was longing. Yes. A deep, old longing, but it did not tear at him. It moved through him like the current around a stone that had been dry too long. He could bear it because the shore bore it with him. I thought I belonged only to the crossing, he said. Persephone's voice came from just beyond the shelter. No one belongs only to what they do. Words entered the quiet and remained there. Charon closed his eyes. Behind them came no rush of lost history, no flood of names, no sudden unveiling, only a few pieces. Lavender rose, evening hills, a woman calling before dark, a boy with a reed for an oar, a living river, a hand on his shoulder, a lesson about water, not enough to explain him, enough to soften him. Perhaps that was all memory needed to do tonight. When he opened his eyes again, the clay lamp inside the shelter had brightened. Its flame leaned toward the cup, and in the cup's water the little boat and star coin glimmered beneath the surface. Charon lifted the cup, but did not drink. Instead, he held it near his chest. There was comfort in its weight. Outside, Persephone rose. There is another place along the shore, she said, but we do not need to reach it quickly. The old ferryman stood. The bench did not vanish when he left it. The shelter did not close. The bowl of lavender remained beneath the lamp. This place will stay? He asked. For you? He looked around the small shelter, at the reed roof, the linen curtains, the clay lamp, the lavender bowl. A place made without grandeur, without demand. A place whose only purpose was to let someone sit down. For me, he repeated, not quite believing, but no longer rejecting. Persephone stepped back onto the path. They walked again. The shore had grown more dreamlike, or perhaps Charon had grown calm enough to notice its dream. The flowers no longer appeared as separate points of light, but as a slow constellation rooted in earth. The water beside them carried stars along its surface. Now and then one of those stars drifted to the sand, becoming a tiny white blossom where it landed. The path curved inland, and the sound of water softened behind them. Ahead, a low hill rose from the shore, covered in dark grass and scattered flowers. At its crest stood a single tree, not cypress, not olive, not any tree Charon knew by name. Its trunk was silver gray, its bark smooth as worn bone, and its branches spread outward in a wide, sheltering shape. From those branches hung hundreds of small objects on thin threads, coins, shells, beads, scraps of cloth, little clay cups no larger than thimbles, bronze rings, carved reeds, and tiny folded papers that moved in the almost breeze. They did not clatter. They made a sound like distant rain. Charon stopped at the foot of the hill. Persephone turned back to him. "This is the tree of small thanks." The name was almost too simple. Perhaps that was why it moved him. They climbed slowly. Each step up the hill revealed more of the shore behind them. White reeds, the cove, the shelter, the flowers, starry water bending away into mist. It was not a large hill, yet from its top the hidden shore seemed endless, folding into quiet distances. Charon had not yet walked. The tree waited. At its roots were flat stones arranged in a circle. Persephone stepped onto one, and then moved aside, leaving room for Charon beneath the branches. He entered the shade of the tree. Ha! An object stirred. A shell turned, showing its pearled inside. A coin caught a small flame of flower light. A thread of blue cloth lifted and settled. The little folded paper brushed Charon's shoulder. He reached up and touched it. The paper opened by itself. There were no written words inside, only the scent of barley soup. Then came a memory, not seen but felt. A person sitting in the ferry, both hands empty, unable to remember whether anyone had ever cooked for them with love. Charon had said nothing. At the far shore, someone had been waiting with a bowl. The paper folded itself again. Charon let it go. Another object turned toward him. Bronze button, the same kind as the one he had left untouched near the cove. It hung from a dark thread and shone dimly. Charon did not reach for it. Not yet. Persephone noticed, but said nothing. Instead, she touched one of the tiny clay cups hanging from a low branch. It swayed gently, and the sound it made was like water being poured in another room. "Not every thanks is large enough to become a flower," she said. "Some are very small, a thought after many years, a moment of relief, a kindness noticed only when remembered from far away. They come here." Charon looked up into the branches. So many small objects, so many things nearly missed. He thought of all the times he had believed a crossing had ended in silence. Perhaps silence was not always absence. Perhaps sometimes it was only a seed too small to hear falling. The tree stirred again. This time, all the hanging objects moved in the same direction, very lightly, as if the shore itself had breathed out. From among the branches came a voice. Not many voices. One, old as water over stone, soft as silt settling. "Ferryman." Charon did not startle. The voice seemed to come from everywhere, beneath the tree and nowhere at once. Persephone bowed her head, not deeply, but with recognition. Charon looked around the roots, the branches, the shining tokens. Who speaks? The answer moved through the leaves. The river, when it is allowed to be more than current. Charon stood very still. He had heard the river murmur. He had heard it groan, sigh, hum, whisper. But this was different. This was not the river in motion, not the river under the ferry, not the river carrying the dead. This was the river at rest. Its voice did not command, sounded tired too, not weak, only ancient. "You have listened to me for longer than memory," the river said. "Tonight, listen while still." Charon lowered his head. "I am listening." A small shell fell from one of the branches. It did not strike the ground. It drifted down slowly, turning in the air, and came to rest in Charon's open palm. Inside the shell was the sound of his ferry moving across water, not as he heard it, as the river heard it, the long hush of the hull, the patient dip of the pole, the soft shifting of passengers, the lantern chain creaking once in a while, the breath before a soul spoke, the breath after, the silence that followed acceptance. To Charon, these had been the sounds of work. To the river, they sounded like a lullaby, repeated through ages. The shell warmed in his hand. "You thought you carried alone," said the river. "You did not." Charon closed his fingers round the shell. "No." he said quietly. "You thought I only bore the boat. Yes, I bore you also." The words moved beneath him like a current under sand. Charon's eyes lowered. He had stood on the ferry for so long that he had ceased to feel the water holding it. He had leaned into the pole for so long that he had believed all motion came from his arms. Yet every crossing required the river's body, every return the river's patience, every still moment the river's depth. And if the river had borne the boat, it had borne him too. The knowledge was simple, so simple that it entered him slowly. The river spoke again. Not always enough, not always gently enough. I too have grown heavy with what passes through me. Persephone's gaze moved toward the starry shore. Charon looked up. "Is that why you stopped?" "For one night," the river said. "I wished to remember I was water." The old ferryman closed his eyes. In the hidden meadow he had thought something similar. The river not as duty, not as passage, only water, beautiful, quiet water beneath stars. Now he understood that perhaps the river had needed that too. Not only Charon, not only the boat. The whole crossing had grown tired. He opened his eyes. "Then this night is not only for me." The tree's hanging coins and shells moved softly. "For you, for the boat, for the water, for all that carries and is not seen." The shell in Charon's hand dimmed. He held it a moment longer before placing it carefully at the roots of the tree. "Thank you," he said. Words felt rough, unused, but true. The tree of small thanks shimmered from root to highest branch. Persephone smiled. The river said no more, but the sound of it remained inside the shell at the roots, inside the cup in Charon's hands, and somewhere under the sand beneath his feet. They stayed beneath the tree for a while. Charon did not ask questions, not because he had none, but because the answers had come as far as they needed to come. Sleep stories, like rivers, did not require every bend to be seen at once. A pale flower grew suddenly near one of the roots. Petals unfolded around a tiny flame. No voice came from it, only warmth. Charon looked at it, then at Persephone. She said, "Some gratitude has no words at all." He nodded. The path beyond the tree continued down the far side of the hill. It did not return to the white reeds. It did not lead back toward the cove or the shelter. It wound deeper along the hidden shore, where the flowers grew farther apart and the mist gathered in long, low bands over the grass. Persephone followed his gaze. "There is time," she said. The sentence was almost strange enough to make him answer. Time, a whole night, made wide enough to contain rest. A shore that did not hurry. A river that had stopped not from failure, but from need. Charon looked once more at the tree of small thanks, at the coins and shells, at the little cups, at the blue thread, at the bronze button he had still not touched. A small question remained there, patient and waiting. The bronze button, the folded linen, the woman in the lavender field, the man by the living river. Pieces not yet gathered, but not tonight all at once, not this moment. The story was not ending. It was only opening in quieter rooms. Charon stepped down from the circle of stones. Persephone walked beside him as Persephone descended the hill. The clay cup in his hands held the water of the star-touched shore. The lavender floated softly on its surface. The silver coin shone beneath, not as payment, not as debt, but as gratitude held in a vessel made for lonely people. At the bottom of the hill the path met a second line of reeds. These were not white, like the first threshold. They were dark blue, almost black, with tips that glowed faintly like stars seen through deep water. Between them lay a narrow opening, and beyond that opening Charon could see only a dim curve of stone steps leading downward. Not toward the main river, not toward the ferry, somewhere else. The air from beyond the reeds was cooler, carrying the scent of wet stone and old rain. Persephone paused. Spsaf leads to the house of quiet oars, she said. Charon listened to the name. It did not frighten him. It sounded like a place where tools were set down carefully at the end of a long day. What waits there? He asked. Ah, passengers, she said. That answer would have been enough, but after a moment she added, the things that helped you carry them. The old ferryman looked down at his hands. The pole, the boat, the lantern, the river, perhaps even silence. Each had borne something. Each had been used. Each had endured. The blue reeds stirred, opening a little wider. From below came a faint wooden sound, an oar settling against a wall. Charon drew the cup closer, not from fear, but from the instinct to carry carefully what had been given. Behind him, the shore of glowing flowers breathed in soft constellations. The tree of small thanks whispered with shells and coins. The star-touched water moved slowly beside the sand. And somewhere far behind all of it, unseen but still present, his ferry rested at the hidden marble landing. For once, Charon did not turn back toward the work. He stood before the dark blue reeds, listening to the quiet below. Then, when Persephone stepped onto the first stone stair, he followed her down. The stone steps descended slowly beneath the dark blue reeds. They did not fall sharply into the earth, nor twist in a way that would have troubled the mind. They curved downward with the same patience as a path worn by many careful feet, each step broad and shallow, each edge softened by a mist that glowed faintly where it touched the stone. Charon followed Persephone without hurry. Above them, the hidden shore remained present for a while, in small glimpses between the reeds. Flower flame, a bend of star-touched water, the pale shimmer of sand, the tree of small thanks on its low hill, its hanging shells and coins moving with the sound of distant rain. Then the reeds closed overhead, the warm scent of lavender and flower light softened behind him, and another fragrance rose in its place. Wet stone, old wood, river rope, lamp oil kept in clay jars. Charon knew these smells more deeply than he knew most words. They belonged to workrooms beside water, to boats pulled under cover before a storm, to oars drying in shadow, and hands rubbing oil into wood so it would not split. They belonged to the practical tenderness of maintenance, the humble care given to things expected to last. He had not thought of such care in a long time. His ferry had been faithful, and because it was faithful, he had trusted it to continue. He mended what required mending. He replaced rope when rope frayed too far. He trimmed the lantern wick. He scraped the hull when river silt clung too thickly beneath it. But tending was not the same as noticing. The thought came to him quietly as his hand moved along the wall for balance. The stone beneath his fingers was cool and slightly damp. Here and there, small carvings had been cut into it. Not grand scenes, not gods in triumph, only simple marks repeated at intervals: an oar, a knot, a cup, a reed, a star. The reed and star appeared more often as they descended. Charon noticed it. Persephone did too, but said nothing. The steps ended before an arched doorway made of dark stone veined with silver. No door blocked the entrance. Instead, from the top of the arch hung many thin cords, and from each cord dangled a small wooden token shaped like a different tool: a mallet, a hook, a needle for mending sailcloth, a coil of rope, a peg, a little carved lantern. The tokens moved gently as Persephone passed through them. They gave off a soft wooden sound, not a rattle, and a chime, but something like oars being lifted from a rack one by one. Charon paused before the threshold. He looked up at the hanging tools. The cup in his hands was still filled with water from the star-touched shore. The lavender floated on its surface, and the silver coin rested below it, dimly lit from within. He held the cup carefully, as one might hold a lamp in a house where everyone was sleeping. Persephone turned back to him. "May I enter?" he asked. The question surprised him after he spoke it. This was not the usual question of the soul entering a new place. It was not fear that shaped the words. It was respect. The place before him felt old in a way different from the river. The river was ancient, because it moved through all endings. This house was ancient, because it kept what had endured. Persephone's answer was soft. "You are expected." Charon stepped through the hanging tokens. They brushed his shoulders and cloak, their small wooden bodies tapping gently against one another. For a moment he felt as though many patient hands had touched him in welcome, and then let him go. The house of quiet oars opened before him. At first it seemed larger than it should have been. The ceiling rose high into shadow, supported by pillars carved from wood so dark it looked almost black. Along the walls were shelves, racks, hooks, and long stone benches. Narrow channels of still water ran through the floor, crossing the hall in graceful lines and disappearing beneath low arches. Lamps hung everywhere, but their flames were small and carefully shielded, leaving the house in amber twilight. It was not a storage room. Charon understood that immediately. Nothing had been thrown here, nothing forgotten in neglect. Everything had been placed. Oars rested in long rows along the left wall, arranged by length, wood, and age. Some were broad-bladed and strong, made for seaboats. Some were slender river oars, polished pale from hands. Some had cracked and been mended with bands of bronze. Some were so old that their blades had thinned like leaves. On the right wall hung ropes coiled with almost ceremonial neatness. Thick ropes, thin cords, braided fairy lines, nets rolled and tied, knots preserved on pegs, each one holding its own quiet purpose. Farther in stood benches from boats that no longer crossed any water. Lantern hooks, iron rings, spare poles, rudder pieces, carved prows shaped like birds, fish, horses, moons. There were small shelves of coins that had not been payments but tokens, and clay jars of oil sealed with wax. There were bundles of linen for wrapping, drying, mending, covering. In the center of the hall lay a long, shallow pool, black and still, reflecting lamps above. Round it stood low stools and work tables. On one table rested a half-mended oar. On another, a lantern whose glass had been removed and cleaned until it caught the smallest light. No one worked there, yet the place felt recently tended, as though unseen caretakers had stepped away just moments before Charon arrived. A sound moved through the hall, not a voice, a deep wooden sigh. Charon looked toward the rows of oars. Several of them had stirred very slightly on their racks, not enough to fall, not enough to startle, only enough to startle, only enough to acknowledge him. Persephone walked slowly into the hall. Charon followed, taking in the great quiet of the place. "This house belongs to the river?" he asked. "In part. To you? No. To Hades, only as all deep places do." She reached the edge of the central pool and looked into it. "It belongs to faithful things." Charon repeated the phrase inwardly. Faithful things. The words seemed to fit the hall so well that once he had heard them, he could not imagine calling it anything else. Persephone touched the surface of the pool with one finger. A single ripple moved outward, crossing the reflected lamps. "Some tools serve briefly," she said. "A cup used at one meal, a needle drawn through one torn sleeve." a broom wearing itself away in one house. Others serve through generations. Oars, stones, bells, doors, boats, they hold the shape of being needed. Charon looked at the oars along the wall. The oars did not gleam. They were not prized objects, displayed for beauty. Their beauty was quieter. Worn handles, repaired splits, dark stains of water and weather, places where palms had made wood smooth over years. Why would they need a house? He asked. Persephone looked at him gently. Where else should faithful things rest when no hand holds them? Charon had no answer. The question moved through him like the river's voice beneath the tree of small thanks. Where else? He had thought rest was for living bodies grown tired, and for souls released from life. Tonight had already shown him rest for the river, the ferry, and himself. But here the thought widened again. Rest not only for those who breathed or remembered, rest also for the humble objects that had given their shape to service. A rope that held, a bench that received, a lantern that burned, a pole that steadied, a boat that carried. He looked down at his own hands. For ages he had thought of the pole as an extension of his work. He had gripped it, leaned into it, trusted it, and when he set it down he did not think of it waiting, not truly. Now he imagined it resting along the side of the ferry at the hidden marble landing, freed for one night from his weight, his direction, his need. A quiet shame stirred in him, but it did not harden. The house did not allow shame to grow sharp. It softened feeling into recognition. "I have used many things without thanking them," he said. Persephone's eyes moved over the hall. He looked at her. She did not smile, exactly, but something kind moved in her expression. "That is why places like this exist." They began walking along the left side of the hall. The first row of oars belonged to waters Charon had never crossed. He knew that without being told. They carried the memory of sunlight, salt, storm, fishing songs, and harbors. Some had Greek letters burned into the handles. Some were marked with symbols from lands far beyond the old stories of his river. Some were plain, without carving or name. They seemed no less honored. Charon passed. The lamps above them brightened slightly. Each oar held a faint echo, not a full memory, just a trace. A small boat rocking at dawn. A father teaching a daughter to row. A ferry crossing a mountain lake. A fisherman returning before rain. A body laid gently in a boat, while mourners stood along the shore. The echoes rose and faded without asking Charon to hold them. The house held them. That was its work. They came to a rack of river poles. Charon stopped. These were closer to what he knew. Long straight poles of ash, cypress, olive, dark pine, and woods he could not name. Some were tipped with iron, some with bone, some with bronze worn green. Some bore stains where water had climbed them over centuries. Their lower ends were dark from river beds. Their handles were smooth from grip. One pole, near the center, was almost the exact length of his own. Charon looked at it for a long time. Persephone stood beside him, silent. He lifted his free hand and touched the pole's handle. The echo came at once. Not an image, but a sensation. Weight leaning forward, current resisting, a boat turning, a passenger shifting uneasily behind him, the pole finding the riverbed, steadiness, rising through wood into hand, from hand into arm, from arm into the whole body. It was not his pole, yet it knew what poles knew. Charon withdrew his hand. "I thought strength came from me," he said. Persephone's voice was low. "Some of it did. Not all. No." The admission eased him in a way he did not expect. If not all the strength had come from him, then perhaps not all the burden had belonged to him either. They moved on. Near the central pool stood a long work table, where ropes lay coiled in circles, so perfect they looked like sleeping creatures. Some were thick and dark, used for mooring large boats. Some were pale and narrow, used for tying bundles, securing lamps, repairing nets. Each coil had been brushed clean. Each knot had been loosened, unless the knot itself was what needed preserving. Charon bent over one old ferry rope. Its fibers were frayed in places, but carefully bound with thread. It smelled of damp wood and iron rings. "When I hold the ferry against the quay," he said slowly, "the rope takes part of the pull. Yes, when passengers step in, the rope holds the boat still. Yes, when they hesitate. Yes." He looked at the coil. He had known all of this, he had tied the rope thousands upon thousands of times. But knowing a thing in the hand was not the same as honoring it in the heart. A small bronze tag hung from the coil. On it was carved a simple phrase, "Held while others crossed." Charon read it once, then again. He thought of the boat against the black quay, of the line drawn tight between ferry and shore, of all the moments when fear had paused on the landing stone. He had stood waiting. The boat had waited. The rope had held the pause with them, held while others crossed. His fingers brushed the coil. A faint warmth moved through the fibers. Not speech, acknowledgment. The house was filled with such acknowledgments. Small exchanges between the seen and unseen, between hand and tool, between service and rest. They passed lantern hooks next. Rows of them hung from a dark beam, each one shaped differently. Some were simple iron curves. Some were bronze, green with age. Some were carved from wood and blackened at the end. Some were silver and delicate, made for lamps in palaces or shrines. All had held light above darkness. A lamp hook was a humble thing. It did not shine. It did not burn. It did not guide by itself. Yet without it, light would fall. Charon looked at the hooks and thought of his own lantern swinging from the ferry prow. He had trimmed the wick, filled the oil, cleaned the glass when mist clouded it, but he had rarely thought of the little hook that held it steady through every crossing. One hook near the end of the row stirred. It was shaped like a reed bent over water. From it came the faint sound of his lantern chain creaking. Charon stopped. "That sound," he said. "I know," Persephone answered. The creak was small, familiar, almost nothing. Yet hearing it here, separated from the river, gave it a tenderness he had never noticed. It had been part of every crossing, a tiny voice of metal and motion, telling the passengers that the boat was moving, that the lamp remained, that the dark was not complete. The hook stilled. Charon looked toward the central pool. "How many things have I not heard?" he asked. Persephone followed his gaze. "Enough to make tonight worth taking slowly." That answer settled his concern before it could become regret. Slowly, yes. There was time in this house, too. The path through the hall curved around the central pool, leading to the place where old boat benches stood in rows. Some were polished and whole. Others were cracked, mended, bowed by weight. Some had cushions folded upon them. Some were plain planks mounted between supports. Some were only fragments, preserved because even a fragment could remember being useful. Charon approached them with more hesitation than he had shown before. The bench in his own ferry had received nearly every soul he carried. Many stood for the crossing. Some knelt. Some sat only after he told them once, quietly, that the water was calmer when the body rested. But most, sooner or later, touched the bench. It had held kings who no longer commanded. It had held widows who no longer wept aloud. It had held children swinging their heels above the boards. It had held the proud, the frightened, the relieved, the silent, the bewildered. It had held what Charon could not, He reached toward one weathered bench. His fingers stopped just above it. This time he did not need Persephone to encourage him. He set his hand down. A deep memory rose from the wood. Not one passenger. Many. Not faces. Weight. The bench remembered weight without judgment. The trembling weight of those afraid. The stiff weight of those unwilling to accept what had happened. The collapsed weight of those too tired to remain upright. The light weight of children. The careful weight of old women who apologized as they sat. The dignified weight of men who had once been obeyed and now were grateful simply to be received. The bench had not chosen among them. It had held each one from beneath. Charon's eyes lowered. His ferry bench, at that very moment, rested empty at the marble landing. Empty not because it had failed, not because it had been abandoned, but because it, too, had been given one night, without weight. He drew back his hand. "Will my boat know this place?" he asked. "It knows of it," Persephone said. "Has it been here?" "In dreams of wood." Charon looked at her, uncertain. "All faithful things dream in the language of what made them," she said. "Wood dreams in rings and rain. Rope dreams in fiber and tension. Iron dreams in heat. Clay dreams in hands." He looked down at the cup. "Clay dreams in hands," he repeated. The cup warmed. Within it, the lavender shifted on the starry water. The phrase stayed with him as they continued. Clay dreams in hands. Wood dreams in rings and rain. He wondered what a ferryman dreamed in, if a ferryman dreamed at all. Perhaps in crossings, perhaps in shorelines, perhaps in names he could not remember. The hall widened toward the back. Here the ceiling lowered slightly, making the space feel less like a grand house, more like a covered harbor. Several old boats rested on stone supports. Some were small enough for one person, some large enough for families. None were whole in the way a working boat is whole. Their service had ended. A cracked keel, missing boards, weathered ribs, yet each had been cleaned and placed with care. Charon walked among them slowly. One boat had a painted eye on its prow, faded but still watchful. Another bore garlands of dried reeds. A third had been repaired so many times that its hull was a patchwork of different woods, each plank a different shade. There was something moving about that one. It looked less like a broken thing, and more like a life that had accepted help again and again. At the end of the row stood an empty cradle, not for an infant, for a boat not currently there. The supports were shaped for a narrow hull, a ferry hull, long and shallow. The space between them held the faint outline of absence. Charon stopped before it. He did not ask. Persephone answered anyway. "For yours," she said, "when it dreams deeply enough to come." Charon stood with the cup in his hands, looking at the empty cradle. His ferry had never left the river, not in all the ages he remembered. It had been mended where it floated, tended at the bank, steadied under mist. The thought of it resting here, lifted fully from water, supported not by current, but by a house made for faithful things, stirred something low in him. It would not know how to be out of the river, he said. Perhaps not at first. The answer felt familiar. He had not known how to be away from the ferry. Not at first. A quiet understanding passed between them. They moved on from the boat cradle, leaving it empty, but no longer merely empty. It was waiting, and waiting could be a form of welcome when it did not demand. Beyond the old boats, the hall narrowed into a passage lined with shelves of coins. Charon slowed at once. Coins were everywhere in his work, yet he rarely considered them beyond their purpose. They were passage markers, proof of ritual, objects placed by the living with care, fear, duty, love. Some came under tongues, some in hands, some tied in cloth, some tucked into belts or laid on eyelids. some missing entirely. These shelves held coins that seemed to have lost the need to purchase anything. They rested in small bowls, boxes, in shallow hollows carved into stone. Gold, silver, bronze, copper, bright ones, dark ones, thin worn ones with faces nearly erased, foreign coins with symbols Charon did not know, shells used as coins, pebbles accepted as coins, buttons, beads, rings, and little carved discs of bone, not payment, memory. Persephone led him past them gently, not stopping at every shelf. It would have been too much. Near the end of the passage, Charon saw a small bronze button. He stopped. The button was round and plain, with 2 holes in its center, and a rim worn smooth by touch. It lay alone in a shallow dish. There was nothing remarkable about it, except the way his attention settled there, and would not move. It resembled the one he had seen at the cove, and the one hanging from the tree of small thanks. This was the 3rd time the shape had appeared. Persephone stood a little ahead of him. The whole remained quiet. Charon reached toward the dish. His fingers hovered over the button, but before he touched it, a sound came from farther down the passage. A lantern chain. One soft creak. The same sound as his fairy lantern. Charon looked up. At the end of the coin passage was a door he had not noticed before. It was narrow and made of dark wood, almost the same color as the wall. A small lantern hook was fixed above it, though no lantern hung there. On the door itself was carved the reed and star symbol, the same symbol stitched into the folded linen. Charon lowered his hand without touching the bronze button. Persephone watched him. "Not yet," he said. She nodded. "Not yet." They walked toward the door. With each step the air changed. The scents of rope, oil, and old wood remained, but underneath them came another fragrance. Extinguished flame, cooled glass, and the faint sweetness of smoke after a lamp has burned through a long night. At the door, Persephone stopped. "This room is not part of the house for everyone," she said. Charon looked at the carving. A reed crossed with a star. "Is it part of the house for me?" "Yes." He waited. She did not open it. After a moment, he understood. The invitation was his. Charon shifted the clay cup carefully into one hand, and placed the other against the door. The wood was warm, not from fire, from use. He pressed gently. The door opened inward, without a sound. The chamber beyond was small. After the size of the House of Quiet Oars, its modesty seemed almost startling. It was no larger than a ferryman's hut might have been, if Charon had owned such a thing beside some mortal river. The ceiling was low. The walls were lined with smooth boards. A stone floor held a woven reed mat. At the center of the room stood a simple table. On the table burned a lantern. Charon knew it, and did not know it. It looked exactly like the lantern from his ferry. The same curved handle, the same dark metal frame, the same glass panels clouded slightly by age, the same small door for trimming the wick. Yet he knew his true lanterns still hung from the ferry prow, far behind him at the hidden marble landing. This was not the lantern. This was its remembered light. The flame inside it burned low and gold, not bright enough to fill the room fully, only enough to invite the eyes to soften. Charon stepped inside. Persephone remained at the threshold. "Will you not enter?" he asked. "I will wait here." He looked at the lantern. The cup in his hand had grown very still. The water inside reflected the flame, and the silver coin beneath the surface seemed to hold a second, smaller lantern of its own. Charon approached the table. The chamber smelled of river mist and lamp oil, but not the current night. An older night, perhaps many older nights layered together. On the table beside the lantern lay a strip of folded linen, household linen, frayed at the edge. In one corner, stitched in faded thread, as the reed in the star. Charon did not touch it yet. A lantern flame leaned toward him. Then the room darkened around its edges, and within the glass an image began to form. Crossing. One of the great crossings that poets might have cared to imagine. No hero stood in the boat, no king, no famous shade whose name would echo in temples. The image held only the ordinary landing, the ordinary mist, and the ferry waiting beneath its lantern. Charon saw himself standing at the stern, younger, perhaps, not young. Never young in the way the living counted it, but less bent, his beard not yet as white, his hands already long and worn, but not so deeply marked. Silence already settled around him, though perhaps not yet as complete. A passenger stood at the landing, a woman wrapped in a dark traveling cloak. Her face was hidden by the hood. In one hand she held a small bundle of linen. The other hand rested at her throat, touching something there. A bronze button. Charon leaned closer to the lantern glass. The memory moved without hurry. The woman stepped into the ferry. She did not tremble. She did not speak at once. Charon pushed from the quay, and the boat entered the river. The lantern chain creaked softly. Mist closed behind them. For a while the crossing was like countless others. Water against hull, pole against riverbed, passenger seated on the worn bench, coin waiting in her hand. Then the woman lifted her head. The lantern light touched the lower part of her face. She was neither young nor old, or perhaps she was both, in the way the dead sometimes seemed, carrying all their ages at once. She said something. The memory did not give the words clearly. Charon listened from outside it, watching his earlier self turn slightly, just enough to show he had heard. The woman held out the linen bundle, not to pay, to show him. Inside it was a tiny garment, no larger than both his hands. A child's garment, carefully sewn, never worn long enough to fray except at the edges, where someone had touched it often. One bronze button remained at the collar. Another was missing. The woman spoke again. This time one sentence reached Charon through the lantern glass. I kept it because someone should remember he was here. The chamber grew very still. Charon's hand lowered to the table edge, and the memory, his earlier self, said nothing. The woman looked down at the little garment and smiled, not with happiness exactly, but with a kind of peace that had learned to live beside sorrow without becoming sorrow. He loved watching boats, she said. That sentence came clearer. He would hold a reed and push it through dust. The lantern flame flickered. Charon could not move. In the memory, the ferry continued across the dark water. The woman folded the little garment again and held it to her chest. At the far shore, no crowd waited. No great reunion unfolded in the lantern's view. Only the pale fields, the cypress trees, and a small path leading inward. Before she stepped from the ferry, the woman removed the remaining bronze button from the garment. She pressed it into Charon's hand. His earlier self looked down at it, still silent. The woman said, "For the ferryman who knows how to carry what cannot stay." Then she stepped onto the shore and walked into the mist with the folded linen in her arms. The lantern image dimmed. Charon remained bent over the table, one hand still resting on its edge, the other holding the clay cup. The room slowly returned. Wooden walls, reed mat, low ceiling, the remembered lantern burning steady before him. Persephone's presence waited at the doorway. She did not enter. She gave him the room. Charon looked at the folded linen lying beside the lantern, the stitched reed and star. The tiny garment in the memory had held one bronze button and none. He understood now that the bronze button in the cove, the one in the tree, one in the dish of coins, were not separate mysteries. They were echoes of a crossing the river had kept until he was ready to remember it, but there was something else beneath it. The child in the lavender field with a reed for an oar, the child beside the living river. The woman in the boat saying, he loved watching boats, for the ferryman who knows how to carry what cannot stay. Charon closed his eyes. The memory did not tell him that the child had been him. It did not tell him that it had not. It touched the edge of something older and left it there, unforced, when he opened his eyes. The lantern flame had grown softer. The clay cup in his hand was full of starry water. Charon set it carefully on the table. Then, with both hands free, he lifted the folded linen. It was warm. As soon as his fingers touched the cloth, he heard a sound from very far away, a woman calling "for dark." Not the same woman from the ferry, or perhaps not only her. A hillside, lavender, a river, a child's reed dragging through dust. The sound faded before it became a name. Charon held the linen gently. He did not demand more. He had learned, tonight, that some things arrived only when they were not seized. Behind him, Persephone spoke from the threshold. Some crossings belong to the passenger, she said. Some also leave a lantern for the ferryman. Charon looked at the remembered light. Why did I forget this one? Because you could not carry every ache and continue. He accepted that, not gladly, but with the tired wisdom of one who knew weight. The lantern's flame bent low, then rose again. On the table, the clay cup water brightened, and within it the silver coin turned once by itself. The little boat beneath the star gleamed. Charon laid the folded linen back beside the lantern. He did not place it as he had found it. He smoothed it once with his palm. Small gesture. Attending. The room seemed to receive it. Outside the doorway, the house of quiet oars remained hushed. The rows of tools, ropes, benches, and boat pieces waited in their peaceful order. Somewhere in the hall, a wooden oar settled more comfortably against its rack. Charon lifted the cup again and turned toward Persephone. His face was not transformed. The old lines remained. The long silence remained. But something in his eyes had shifted, as lantern glass shifts, after being cleaned. Not new, not different in shape, but clearer. I would stay here a while, he said. Persephone inclined her head. Then stay. She stepped away from the threshold, heaving the doorway open. Charon sat on the low stool beside the table. He held the cup in both hands and looked at the remembered lantern. The flame moved quietly behind the glass, not asking, not explaining, only keeping light. And in that small chamber within the house of quiet oars, while the ferry rested far away, and the river remembered it was water, Charon sat with the folded linen, the bronze buttons memory, and the old lantern light of a crossing he had once been too weary to keep. He did not yet know what all of it meant. He did not need to. For now, it was enough to sit beside the light and let what had been carried become gentle. Charon stayed in the lantern chamber for a long while. The room asked nothing from him. That, perhaps, was why he remained. He sat on the low stool beside the table, the clay cup held loosely between both hands, the folded linen resting near the remembered lantern, and the soft gold flame moving behind glass that was old without being dim. Beyond the small chamber, house of quiet oars kept its deep hush. Somewhere in the larger hall, ropes rested in their coils. Oars leaned in rows. Boat benches slept without weight. Tools lay where they had been placed by careful hands, all of them released for a time from usefulness. Inside the chamber, the air smelt of lamp oil, cooled smoke, old wood, and a faint lavender that continued to rise from the cup. Charon looked at the folded linen. The tiny garment from the lantern memory was no longer visible, yet the shape of it remained with him. Not in a sharp way, not in the way a wound remains. It was more like a small lamp set far down a passage, not bright enough to reveal the whole road, but enough to show that the passage existed. A woman had crossed with a child's garment in her arms. A bronze button had passed from her hand to his. A reed and star symbol had been stitched into cloth. A child had loved watching boats, and somewhere in the hidden rooms of Charon's own forgotten beginning, there had been a boy in lavender fields, a boy beside a living river, a boy holding a reed as if it were an oar. The memories did not meet. Not yet. They moved near one another like small boats in mist, their lanterns visible, their hulls still separate. Charon did not force them closer. He had watched enough passengers learn that forcing memory often made it retreat. He had seen souls arrive with one question burning through them, desperate to recover a face, a house, a final word, song half remembered from childhood. The underworld rarely answered such desperation at once. It softened them first, it offered rest, it let the grip loosen. Then, when the soul had stopped reaching so fiercely, the lost thing sometimes came and sat beside them, as if it had never been far away. Tonight, it seemed, Charon was being taught by the same gentle law. He lowered his gaze to the clay cup. The starry water inside it was utterly still. The lavender floated near the rim, no longer brittle, its faded blossoms touched with little more color than before. At the bottom, the silver coin marked with the boat and star shone in a way that suggested depth rather than brightness. You wondered, not for the first time, who had chosen the symbol. The re and the star, the boat and the star. Reeds belong to river banks, to hidden channels, to patient growth in shallow water. Stars belong to distances no hand could reach, to navigation, to the quiet above all earthly roads. Reed could be held. Star could only be followed. Perhaps that was why the symbol moved him. It held both nearness and distance, both the thing in hand and the thing beyond reach. The remembered lantern gave a small sound, not a creak, not a flare, only the softest click, as if the flame had touched the glass. Charon lifted his eyes. Within the lantern, the gold light gathered again. He did not lean forward this time. He let the image come slowly. The chamber darkened at the edges, but not as deeply as before. The lantern did not show him the same woman again. Instead, another crossing opened inside the glass, quiet and pale. A man stood on the landing. He was old, though not ancient. His shoulders were rounded, and his beard had been trimmed recently by someone who loved him enough to care how he looked when he left. In his hand he held a small wooden boat, no longer than Charon's palm. It had been carved simply, with a blunt prow and a little mast that could not hold a sail. One side had been painted blue, but much of the paint had worn away from being handled. The old man stepped into the ferry. Charon saw himself, silent at the stern, younger than he was now, but already carrying many years in his face. The boat pushed from the quay. The lantern chain moved once. For a while the man held the toy boat in both hands, and looked at it rather than at the river. Then he spoke. The lantern gave the words clearly enough. "My grandson made this badly," the man said. His voice carried a smile. In the memory, Charon said nothing, but the old man seemed not to mind. He said it would help me find the way if the boatman's boat was full. The man looked up then, and the smile softened into something quieter. "I told him yours would not be full. I told him you always had room." The image held there. Charon looked at the toy boat, a badly carved thing, loved beyond skill, carried across because a child had wanted to help. At the far shore, the old man placed the toy boat on the bench before he stepped away. "For the next one who is afraid," he said. The memory faded. Charon remained still. He did not remember that crossing, or perhaps he did, but it had long ago settled beneath too many others. As the image dimmed, a faint impression returned. The weight of the small wooden boat in his hand, the uneven edge of its hull, the blue paint against his thumb. Had he kept it? Had the river? Had it become one of the countless little offerings in the house of quiet oars, or the tree of small thanks? The lantern answered by showing another image. This time a young woman stood at the landing with a ribbon tied round her wrist. Not a fine ribbon, a narrow strip of faded red cloth, frayed at the ends. She kept touching it with her other hand, smoothing it as though it might crease in the mist. She sat in the ferry and looked over the side at the dark water. "My sister tied this there," she said after a while. So I would not lose courage. The crossing continued. The lantern glow touched her face. She was not frightened exactly, only careful with herself, as if she had spent a life being brave in ways no one had noticed, and had no wish to make a performance of it at the end. Near the far shore she untied the ribbon. For a moment she held it close. Then she placed it beside her coin. Could courage be carried for someone else? She asked. In the memory, Charon had looked at her. Perhaps the question was not meant for him. Perhaps it was meant for the river. But after a long silence, his earlier self had answered. Sometimes. The woman nodded as if that were enough. She left the ribbon behind. The lantern dimmed and brightened. Another crossing appeared. A craftsman came next. He held a broken cup, not valuable, not whole. Its handle was missing, and one side had been repaired with pale clay that did not match the original. He carried it wrapped in cloth, but during the crossing he unwrapped it and held it on his knees. "My wife broke it the year we married," he said. "I repaired it badly. She laughed at me for 40 years. He smiled down at the broken cup. When the ferry neared the far shore, he looked at Charon and held it out. Some things stay because they are mended, not because they were never broken. Charon had taken the cup. The craftsman had stepped away. The lantern flame trembled, then steadied. More crossings came, but not too many. The chamber seemed to understand the limits of a night, even a night made wide for rest. A quiet scholar carried a wax tablet with one name written on it, afraid that no one else remembered the woman who had taught him to read. A mother carried a lock of gray hair from her own mother, though both had long since left the living world. A potter's apprentice carried a thumbprint pressed into a piece of soft clay. A soldier carried not a weapon, but a scrap of wool from the cloak of the friend who had once kept him warm. The singer carried no object at all, only a melody hummed so softly that the fairy lantern barely trembled with it. Each crossing had the same thread running through it, not possession, remembrance, not clinging, tending. The passengers had not carried these objects because they believed they could keep life from passing. They carried them because something loved, however small, deserved to be brought gently to the edge and acknowledged before release. Charon watched the lantern until the images faded. The chamber returned to its quiet. He sat with the cup in his hands, listening to the last echo of the singer's melody fade into the wood-paneled walls. At length he spoke to the flame. "They thought I could keep these things." The lantern burned softly. From the doorway came a voice that was not Persephone's. "Not keep, exactly." Charon turned. An old man stood at the threshold. He had not heard anyone approach. The figure was short and broad-shouldered, with hands so large and capable they seemed to belong equally to a carpenter, fisherman, and a grave tender. His beard was gray and close-cropped. His hair was tied back with a strip of plain cord. He wore a work apron over a dark tunic, and the apron was marked with oil, sawdust, clay dust, and faint smudges of soot. At his belt hung a small knife, a bundle of twine, a bronze awl, and a cloth for polishing glass. His face was deeply lined, but his eyes were calm and practical. He did not shine like a god. He did not carry the distant authority of the underworld court. He looked like someone who knew how to mend a thing without making it feel ashamed of being mended. Persephone stood behind him in the larger hall. She gave Charon the smallest nod, then turned away, allowing the old man to enter first. Charon rose halfway, out of old habit. The old man lifted one hand. "No need," he said. "A seated man with a full cup should not be hurried to his feet." Charon lowered himself again. The old man came into the chamber and looked at the remembered lantern with a fondness that was neither awe nor ownership. "Good," he said. "It showed you gently." Charon studied him. "Who are you?" "Most call me Charon." The name stirred no great myth in Charon's mind. No poet's story rose with it. That seemed fitting. "And what are you?" Charon asked. Charon smiled a little. "Less than a god, more than a memory. Once a bowtrite, then a mender of river things. Now I keep this house in order when order is wanted, and leave it alone when quiet is wiser." He stepped closer to the table. "May I?" Charon looked at the lantern and nodded. Charon lifted the cloth from his belt and wiped one corner of the lantern glass. He did it with such tenderness and ordinary skill that Charon watched the movement more closely than he had watched many visions. The old bowtrite did not polish as if trying to make the lantern new. He cleaned only what clouded the light. When he was finished, the flame behind the glass seemed clearer, but not brighter. "There," Charon said. "A memory should not be scrubbed until it shines falsely. Only enough that it can breathe." He folded the cloth and tucked it back into his belt. Charon looked at the lantern. "You said they did not think I could keep those things." "Not in the way a chest keeps coins," Charon said. "More in the way water keeps moonlight for a moment, long enough to show it was there." He sat on the small bench against the wall without asking, moving with the ease of one who belonged to rooms of tools and low ceilings. "People bring small things to crossings," Charon continued, "not because wood, ribbon, button, or clay can stop loss. They bring them because hands need something to do when the heart is asked to release." The words were plain. Charon found comfort in that. He had spent most of the night among symbols, flowers, hidden shores, and voices of river and gratitude. All of it had been true, and all of it had been gentle. But this man's presence was different. He brought with him the steadiness of workbenches, sanded wood, and knots tied properly. A kind of comfort that did not need to be beautiful to be kind. Charon looked at the folded linen. "The reed and star. Do you know it?" Charon's gaze moved to the cloth. "Yes." Persephone remained just outside the chamber, quiet as a listening garden. Charon reached out, but did not touch the linen. "An old river mark." "From where?" "From above." "The living world?" "Yes. A river town, long gone in the way most river towns go. Flood, silt, rebuilding, forgetting, another name, another road. But once it was there." Charon's hand tightened slightly around the cup. Charon noticed but did not pause too long over it. "The people there marked their boats with reeds for the water they knew," he said, "and stars for the water they trusted when darkness came. The mark meant safe passage after sunset. It meant the boatmen knew the shallows, the hidden stones, and the places where the current could pretend to be gentle while pulling hard." Charon lowered his gaze. "Safe passage after sunset." The phrase seemed to touch something behind the lavender field, behind the living river, behind the man's hand on the boy's shoulder. Charon looked at him kindly. "Smocks outlive the towns that made them. Did I come from that town?" The question entered the room quietly. Theron did not answer at once. He rubbed one thumb over the handle of the awl at his belt. "I know tools," he said. "I know wood, rope, nails, hinges, cracked ribs, warped boards, lamps that smoke because someone trimmed the wick too short. I know what marks mean when they are carved into a boat. I know what a hand has done by how the handle is worn." He looked up. "But a man's beginning is not mine to hand him like a repaired oar." Charon accepted this. It was not refusal. It was respect. Theron nodded toward the cup. "The water will show what it can when it can. So will the cloth. So will the button. You are nearer than you were. Nearer, not arrived." That was enough for part of a long night. The remembered lantern flame leaned toward the folded linen, then settled back. Theron stood. "Come," he said. "Sitting with a lantern is good. Tending one is different." Charon looked to Persephone. She stood at the doorway, her expression restful. "I will remain nearby," she said. "Theron knows this house better than I do." The old boatwright gave a soft snort. "I know which beams complain in damp weather. That is not the same as knowing better." But the words held warmth. Charon rose. He took the clay cup with him. Theron noticed. "Good. Bring what has been given." Tools dislike being forgotten on tables. They left the small chamber. As Charon passed through the doorway, the remembered lantern remained burning behind him. The folded linen stayed beside it. The room did not close. It waited, as the shore had waited, as the fairy cradle had waited, as the whole night seemed to have learned to wait without becoming empty. Back in the larger hall, a house of quiet oars felt subtly changed. Perhaps Charon had changed enough to feel more of it. The oars along the wall no longer seemed merely arranged. They seemed at ease. The ropes no longer simply lay coiled. They rested from holding tension. The benches were not abandoned, but unburdened. Even the narrow channels of water running through the floor seemed to move a little more audibly, making faint sounds against stone. Theron led him to a work table near the central pool. On it lay several objects: a small lantern with clouded glass, a coil of rope with one knot pulled too tight, an oar handle dulled by age, and a little dish of oil. Beside them were soft cloths, a wooden wedge, bronze pick, polishing stone, and a strip of clean linen. Charon looked at the table. This was work. His body recognized the arrangement immediately. Tools set out, objects needing care, a surface cleared for doing, a lamp placed near enough to see by, the quiet expectation of hands. Something inside him tightened. Theron saw it. "This is not duty," the old boatwright said. Charon did not answer. Theron picked up the little lantern. "This belongs to no crossing currently waiting. No soul is delayed by whether you clean its glass. No god has commanded the task. If you walk away, I will clean it tomorrow, or next century. Lamps are patient when they are not burning." He held the lantern out. Care offered freely is different from labor demanded endlessly. Charon looked at the clouded glass. The lantern was small, perhaps once used in a fishing boat or a riverside house. The metal frame was dark. One hinge was stiff. The glass had gathered a film of old smoke. He set the clay cup at the edge of the table, carefully away from the tools. Then he accepted the lantern. Felt lighter than his own. Theron handed him a cloth. "Not too hard," he said. "Smoke is stubborn, but glass remembers harshness." Charon began to clean. At first his movements were efficient, too efficient. He rubbed the first panel with the practiced motion of someone clearing a task. Theron's hand came down gently over his wrist. Slower. Charon stopped. Theron removed his hand. "Again," he said. "As if the glass has nowhere to be." Charon looked at him, then at the lantern. "As if the glass has nowhere to be." He tried again. The cloth moved over the surface in small circles. The smoke film loosened, not all at once. Gradually, the glass beneath it appeared not bright, not perfect, but clearer. The motion made a soft sound. Cloth over glass, breath in the room, water in the floor channels. Theron standing nearby without impatience. Charon cleaned one panel, then another. The work did not pull him forward. It did not demand completion. It gave his hands something gentle to do while the rest of him remained quiet. By the third panel, his shoulders had lowered. At the fourth, he was breathing with the motion. When he finished, Theron took the lantern and held it up to the light. "Better," he said. The word pleased Charon in a plain, almost unfamiliar way. Not praise like a hymn, not gratitude like a flower. Just better. The lantern had been clouded. Now it was less clouded. That was enough. Theron set it aside and pointed to the rope. Now this. The knot was old and tight, a practical knot pulled too hard by water or worry. Charon knew knots well. His fingers moved toward it with confidence, then paused. Theron placed the bronze pick beside the rope. No need to conquer it, persuade it. Charon almost looked amused. Almost. He took the rope. The fibers were rough but not unpleasant. He turned the knot in his hands, feeling where tension had locked it. Knot was a kind of memory, too. It remembered the force that made it. Pulling against it would only make it more stubborn. So he pressed here, loosened there, worked the pick under one crossing of fiber, waited, pressed again. Little by little, the knot opened. When it finally released, the rope seemed to sigh across the table. Charon set it down. Theron nodded. Some knots have held so long they think holding is their name. The words answered Charon quietly. He looked at the rope, now loose and resting in a soft curve. "How does a knot learn otherwise?" he asked. "Not by being cut, if it can be helped." Theron coiled the rope gently. "By being handled with patience." Charon thought of his own hands curled around the ferry pole, even in rest, of his shoulders, his silence, his old sense that if he loosened, something necessary might come apart. The rope lay open. Nothing had fallen. Next came the oar handle. Theron poured a little oil into Charon's palm and gave him a strip of linen. The oar was old, its blade already repaired, its handle dry. Charon rubbed the oil into the wood slowly. At first, the surface drank it quickly, darkening under his hand. The grain appeared, fine and close, lines of tree life hidden by dryness, wood dreams in rings and rain. Persephone's words from earlier returned to him. He followed the grain with the cloth. The oar did not speak. It did not show him a memory. It simply accepted the oil. That, too, was restful. Not every act of care revealed a secret. Not every tenderness needed to become a vision. Some things were done because dry wood should be oiled, because glass should be cleared, because a knot should be loosened if it no longer needs to hold. When he finished, the oar handle looked warmer. Charon ran one thumb along it, and grunted with approval. A hand would not blister so quickly on that now. Charon looked at his own palms. His skin was marked beyond ordinary blistering. But he understood. Care given to the tool becomes care given to the hand that will hold it. The thought settled into him with quiet force. He had tended his ferry enough to keep it working. Had he tended it enough to keep it gentle? Had he tended himself enough to remain gentle? The question did not accuse. It waited. Theron cleaned the table while Charon lifted the clay cup and drank a little of the starry water. This time it tasted faintly of oil-cured wood and rain on river stones. Not unpleasant, grounding. It carried the warmth of the work through him without turning the work into burden. Persephone returned from where she had been standing near the central pool. "You are learning the difference," she said. Between what? Work that empties because it never ends, and care that restores because it is allowed to be enough for the moment. Charon looked at the cleaned lantern, the loosened rope, the oiled oar. Small tasks, finished without urgency, left better without needing to fix everything. Charon began gathering the cloths. A man can work himself into stone if every task is tied to the next, before he has even laid down the first. Charon glanced at him. "And you?" Theron's smile was wry. "I became a boatwright." Stone was too stiff a trade. The softness of the humor surprised Charon, but did not disturb the room. It was not loud, not careless. It moved through the hall like a small warm current, and then faded. They left the table. Theron carried the cleaned lantern in one hand. Oh, he did not seem to need it. He led Charon and Persephone deeper into the house of quiet oars, beyond the old boats and past the empty ferry cradle. This time they took a side passage Charon had not noticed before. The passage was narrower than the main hall and lined with wooden panels instead of stone. Each panel held shallow carvings of rivers, boats, reeds, stars, and hands, many different hands. Hands tying rope, hands lifting lanterns, hands smoothing cloth, hands pushing boats from shore, hands holding other hands at thresholds. The carvings were simple, and yet Charon could feel the devotion in them. Theron walked with one hand brushing the wall now and then, like a man greeting old companions. "This wing keeps marks," he said. "Marks? Signs from river towns, boat families, ferry guilds, mourning houses, crossing rites. Symbols people made because water changes, and people like to believe something can be recognized from one bank to another." Charon studied the panels. Some marks were familiar. Waves, crescent moons, fish, eyes, birds, knots. Others were stranger. 3 dots over a line, a cup beside a flame, a hand beneath rain, a spiral inside a boat. Then he saw it, the reed and star. It appeared on a panel near the end of the passage, carved larger than the rest. The reed leaned diagonally upward. Above it, a single star had been cut deep into the wood and filled with pale silver. Charon stopped for it. Theron lifted the small lantern, letting its newly cleaned glass cast a clearer light over the carving. "This one," Charon said. Theron nodded. "The dusk ferryman." The phrase touched the air with quiet recognition. "Dusk ferryman," Charon repeated. "Boatmen of a living river," Theron said. "They carried people at evening when the day's work was done. Farmers, children, widows, traders, brides, mourners, priests, shepherds with lambs wrapped in cloaks, old men who wanted to cross before dark because they did not trust their knees after sunset." He smiled slightly. "Small crossings, important ones." Charon looked at the mark. "The reed for the banks," he said slowly. "The star for the way after light failed. Safe passage after sunset. Yes." The words seemed to settle somewhere deep in him, where the river as voice had settled, where the lavender field had opened, where the living river had shown him a man teaching a boy not to fight the water too soon. "Were they priests?" he asked. "No, not usually. Some said prayers. Some swore too much. Some drank. Some sang badly. Some were gentle as old dogs. Some charged fairly. Some did not. They were people." The plainness of that answer mattered. People. Not myth, not office, not endless duty written into the bones of the world. People with boats and weather and imperfect hands. Theron touched the carved reed and star mark. But they believed a ferryman should know more than the current. He should know how to wait for the slow, how to calm the frightened, how to read mist, how to bring a passenger across without making the crossing feel like a debt. Charon listened without moving. Behind the carving, something in the wood seemed to deepen. Not a vision yet, a nearness. Charon lowered the lantern. There are few things older than helping another cross what they cannot cross alone. The hall fell quiet around that sentence. Charon lifted his hand and placed it over the carved mark. For a moment he felt warm wood. Then, beneath that, sun. Not the underworld's soft star glow. Sun, diffused through late afternoon dust. A living river moving brown and gold between reeds. A post worn smooth by rope. Bare feet on a wooden dock. A boy's palm pressed over the same mark, carved into the side of a small boat. The sensation vanished before it became full memory. Charon did not chase it. He lowered his hand. Persephone stood nearby, her gaze gentle but far away, as though she too honored whatever was approaching, but not yet ready to arrive. Charon turned. "Come," he said. "There is one more place before the house lets you rest again." Charon looked at him. "The house lets me? The house is polite." Charon's tone was dry, but affectionate. "It has waited ages. It will not drag an old ferryman through every room in one night. But sometimes one room knows it is next." They continued beyond the panel of the dusk ferryman. The passage sloped slightly downward. The smell of wet stone returned, joined now by the scent of fresh cut wood. That surprised Charon. Freshness seemed unlikely in such an old place. Yet the scent was unmistakable. Pale shavings curling from a plane, sap warming under a careful hand, wood opened for shaping. At the bottom of the passage was another archway. This one was low and broad, and beyond it came the sound of water lapping inside stone. Charon stopped. Persephone stopped beside him. Charon stood between them, holding the clay cup. Before him lay a waterside alcove. It was part workshop, part little harbor. One wall opened onto a narrow indoor channel of dark water that moved so slowly it seemed nearly asleep. The channel disappeared into a low tunnel at one end and widened at the other into a still basin. Along the dry side stood workbenches, shelves of tools, bundles of reeds, planks of pale wood, jars of oil, coils of cord, and small clay lamps set in niches. At the center of the alcove, resting on two low supports, was an unfinished piece of a boat. Not a whole boat, not even a full hull, a curved section of wood, shaped like part of a prow or side rail, sanded smooth in some places and rough in others. The grain was pale and fine. One end had been carved with a mark, but the carving was not complete. Charon knew what it would be before he stepped closer. A reed crossed with a star. The reed had already been cut into the wood. The star had only been outlined. Beside the boat piece lay a small knife, a strip of blue cloth, a bronze button, and a child's reed, dried and old, but unbroken. The air in the alcove was very still. Charon did not enter. Neither did Persephone. Charon looked at them. Charon's expression had lost its practical humor. It was not solemn in a heavy way, but respectful, as a craftsman becomes respectful before another person's unfinished work. "This piece has waited longer than most," he said. "For whom?" Charon looked at the boat piece, then at Charon. "For the hand that remembers how to finish the star." Charon stood at the threshold of the waterside alcove, the cup warm in his hands, the starry water reflecting the unfinished carving. Behind him, the house of quiet oars rested in amber shadow. Before him, the little channel moved under stone, and on the waiting wood, half marked by reed and unfinished star, lay the next quiet piece of his forgotten beginning. Charon remained at the threshold of the waterside alcove for some time before entering. The house of quiet oars was still behind him, amber-lit and patient. Its long rows of resting tools and old boat pieces held in a silence that no longer felt empty. Persephone stood to one side of the archway, her hands folded gently before her. Charon stood on the other. the clean lantern in his broad hand. Its flame now clear behind the glass Charon had wiped with slow care. Neither of them crossed into the alcove. The space ahead seemed to understand this. It did not call loudly. It did not draw him with force. It waited in the old way of wooden things that have been shaped by hands and then left unfinished, not abandoned exactly, but held in pause. A narrow channel of dark water moved along the far wall, whispering faintly against the stone. It was not the main river. It was not the star-touched shore. It was something between, a quiet indoor waterway that carried reflections from both places. In its surface, Charon could see the glow of the alcove lamps, the faint outline of workbenches, and here and there, very deep beneath the water, the suggestion of a brown-gold current under mortal evening. The scent of fresh-cut wood lingered in the air. That scent reached him before any memory did. It came softly, almost practically. Pale shavings curling from a blade, resin opened by a careful cut, a plank newly smoothed. Then beneath it came river mud, warmed by sun, smoke from cooking fires along a bank, oil rubbed into oar handles, and the dry sweetness of reeds stacked beside a dock. Charon inhaled. The breath entered him slowly. The clay cup in his hands warmed. The unfinished boat piece rested at the center of the alcove on two low supports. Its curved wood caught the light like Wang's smooth edge. The reed had already been carved into it, long slender line bending upward as though moved by water. Above it, a star waited only in outline, 5 points faintly marked, not yet cut deep enough to hold shadow, light, or meaning. Beside the boat piece lay the small knife, the strip of blue cloth, the bronze button, and the old child's reed. Charon looked first at the reed. It was dry and pale, but unbroken. Time had hardened it without making it brittle. One end had been split into a flattened shape, as if a child had once pressed it into dust and decided it was an oar. Tiny grains of old sand still clung near the split end. He stepped into the alcove. The air shifted around him. Not dramatically. No flame rose. No voice spoke from the walls. But the water in the channel brightened by a thread, and the unfinished boat piece gave off the faintest warmth, as though it had been resting in sunlight a moment before. Charon approached the workbench. His sandals made almost no sound on the stone floor. The cup remained steady in his hands. When he reached the boat piece, he set the cup carefully on the bench, far enough from the edge that it would not be disturbed. The starry water held its own small sky. The silver coin at the bottom reflected the unfinished carving, and for a moment the boat and star image on the coin and the reed and star mark on the wood seemed to answer one another across the space between them. Charon did not touch the knife. Not yet. He reached for the child's reed. As soon as his fingers closed around it, the alcove softened. The stone walls remained. The lamps remained. Charon and Persephone remained at the threshold. But through all of it came another place, not covering the present, only shining quietly beneath it. Dust under bare feet. A strip of evening sunlight on a wooden dock. A child crouching near a boat pulled half onto the bank. The child had a reed in his hand. He was not carving, not working, only pretending. He pushed the split end of the reed through dry dust, making long crooked lines that were rivers, then smaller lines that were boats, then little dots that were people. The reed bent when he pressed too hard. He frowned at it with the seriousness of children who do not yet know the difference between play and practice. Someone laughed nearby. Not mockingly, warmly. The child looked up. Man sat on an overturned basket, mending a net. His cloak was the color of dusk, and one bronze button near his collar caught the low sun. His face remained indistinct, softened by the mercy of partial memory. But his hands were clear, large hands, steady hands, hands that knew rope and whether and how to wait. The child held up the reed. The man said something. The memory gave only part of it. If you mean to cross the dark, read. You must learn the stars as well as the mud. Then the image thinned. Charon held the reed, and did not move. The words settled into the alcove. The stars as well as the mud. He looked at the unfinished carving. Reed below, star above. The reed was the known bank, the shallow water, the mud underfoot, the practical knowledge of where to place a pole and how to judge the current. The star was farther. The star was trust when the shore could not be seen. The star was the way after light failed. The old ferryman turned the childish reed in his hand. The split end was smooth from small fingers. Was he my father? Charon asked. His voice was so low it seemed directed more to the reed than to either of his companions. Charon answered from the threshold. Memory has opened the door, not a ledger. Charon almost looked back at him. The boatwright's tone was gentle, but firm in the way of someone who had spent centuries preventing old wood from being forced into shapes it could not take. Persephone added softly, "Let the memory show you what it can bear to show." Charon nodded once. He placed the reed beside the cup. Next, he touched the strip of blue cloth. It was longer than the ribbon from the earlier lantern memory, and rougher than the blue thread of the weaver. Not fine fabric, work cloth, the kind tied around a wrist to keep sleeves clear, or around a bundle of tools, or around the handle of an oar so that a hand could find it in darkness. The moment he lifted it, the alcove smelled of river wind. A fuller memory rose. Not one face, a place. The living river town appeared in pieces, as if seen through water. It lay along a broad bend of river, where the current slowed before turning toward low hills. Houses of pale clay and dark timber leaned toward narrow lanes. Roofs held drying herbs, nets, and jars, catching the last of the day's warmth. Smoke rose from small cooking fires. Goats nosed at baskets near doorways. Children ran along the bank until mothers and grandmothers called them back before the evening damp. At the river's edge stood the dusk dock. It was not grand. Only a long wooden platform held by posts, darkened at the waterline, with reed mats spread where the boards had warped, and a row of small lamps waiting to be lit. Several boats were tied there, their sides marked with the reed and star. Some were narrow skiffs for 1 or 2 passengers. Some were broader ferries with room for bundles, animals, and the old who needed to sit. Blue cloth hung from each boat, a strip on the prow, strip near the stern, a strip tied around the wrist of each dusk ferryman. The cloth was the color of the river after sunset, when the last gold had drained away and the first star had not yet appeared. In the memory, a young Charon stood among them, not the ancient ferryman of the underworld, not the little boy in the lavender dust, older now, perhaps near manhood, tall already, though still unbent. His hair was dark. His hands were not yet marked by centuries, but they were already learning strength. Around his wrist was tied a strip of blue cloth. He stood beside the man in the dust-colored cloak. The older boatman tightened the knot at Charon's wrist. The bronze button gleamed near the man's collar. The memory gave his voice more clearly now. "Loof the hour between," the man said. The young Charon looked down at the cloth. Between what? Between day and night. Between one bank and the other. Between fear and home sometimes. The older boatman tugged once at the knot, testing it. A ferryman lives in the between. Best not to be lonely there. The image trembled. The young Charon looked toward the river, where lamps were being lit one by one along the dock. People had begun to gather. A woman with a basket of bread, 2 boys carrying fishing poles, an old man leaning on his daughter's arm, a bride with her veil folded over one shoulder, a shepherd holding a lamb inside his cloak. ordinary crossings, small crossings, important ones. Memory faded before the boats pushed from shore. Charon opened his eyes. The blue cloth lay across his palm. He stood in the alcove again, beneath the lamps of the House of Quiet Oars, with the unfinished boat piece before him, and the indoor channel moving softly at his side. His hand had tightened around the cloth, but not painfully. "Blue for the hour between," he said. Theron nodded from the doorway. "A good color for ferrymen." Charon looked toward the water. The hour between. He had lived in the between longer than any mortal boatman could have imagined. Between life and what followed. Between fear and acceptance. Between the shore that was known and the shore that could not yet be understood. Perhaps his underworld duty had not been a strange punishment laid over a forgotten life. Perhaps it had grown from something older, something human, something tender, something practiced in small evening crossings before it became an eternal one. The thought did not make his long service easy, but it made it less rootless. He set the blue cloth beside the reed. Then he picked up the bronze button. This time he did not stop himself. It was warm, warmer than bronze should have been in the cool alcove. The button was plain, with 2 holes through its center, its rim polished by handling. It could have belonged to the childish garment from the remembered crossing. It could have belonged to the cloak of the dusk boatman. It could have belonged to any household in that lost town. As his fingers closed around it, Charon did not receive one clear vision. Instead, he received many tiny ones. A woman sewing by lamplight, biting thread between her teeth. A child turning a button over and over while waiting for rain to stop. A boatman fastening his cloak before stepping out into evening mist. A little garment folded into household linen. A boy searching under a table for a button that had rolled away. A hand pressing bronze into another hand at the end of a crossing. A drawer filled with small useful things. Buttons, twine, fish hooks, chalk, a broken comb, 3 coins, 1 blue ribbon, a reed star charm. The images moved gently, like reflections passing under the ferry. The button was not only one memory, it was a small door into many homes. Charon understood then why it had appeared in so many places along the night's path, at the cove, at the tree of small thanks, in the coin passage, in the lantern memory, and now here. The button belonged to the theme rather than to one person alone. Fastening, holding, remembering what might come loose. Small circles keeping cloth together against weather. He held it between finger and thumb. The bronze caught the alcove lamp. "Not everything precious looks precious," Theron said. Charon glanced back. The old boatright leaned against the archway, his arms folded, watching not like a teacher waiting for success, but like a craftsman giving space to another craftsman's hand. "No," Charon said. He placed the button beside the blue cloth. Only the knife remained untouched, and the unfinished star. The small knife had a dark wooden handle and a short, bright blade. It was not ceremonial. It was a working knife, kept sharp. The handle bore shallow marks where fingers had held it often. Near the end of the handle, barely visible, was the reed and star symbol, worn nearly smooth. Charon reached for it. His hand stopped just above the handle. He had held poles, ropes, coins, lanterns, cups, linen, reeds, buttons. But a carving knife was different. It asked not only to receive memory, but to alter something, to complete one small piece of an old work. He looked at the star outlined on the boat piece. 5 faint points, none carved deep, the reed below it already finished by some unknown hand, or perhaps by his own hand, long before remembering. Theron stepped into the alcove at last. but only to the edge of the workbench. "Do you know how to hold it?" Charon looked at him. "No." Thurin's brow rose slightly. "That is not true." Charon was quiet. Theron held out his own hand. "May I show you what you remember?" Charon nodded. The old boatwright picked up the knife, not gripping it as one might grip a weapon, but resting it naturally across his fingers. "You do not fight the wood," he said. "If you fight it, you leave scars. If you fear it, you leave nothing. You listen for the grain, then remove only what is ready to go." He placed the knife in Charon's hand. The handle fit. That was the first revelation. Not a vision, not a voice. Only the simple fact that the knife fit his palm with a familiarity older than the underworld. Charon looked down at it. His fingers knew where to rest. His thumb found the back of the blade. His wrist settled into the angle without instruction. Theron did not smile, but approval softened his face. "There," he said. "The hand remembers before the mind admits it." Charon turned back to the boat-piece. Persephone remained near the doorway, her presence like quiet spring beneath the earth. The old ferryman bent slightly over the unfinished mark. The star's first point was the upper one. Theron touched the wood near it. "Begin here." Charon positioned the blade. For a long moment he did nothing. The alcove held its breath. Water moved in the channel. Somewhere in the house of quiet oars a rope settled in its coil. The clay cup beside the reed and cloth reflected the knife in its starry surface. Then Charon drew the blade through the wood. A thin shaving curled away. The sound was small, so small it might have been missed in any other place. But here the sound seemed to move through the whole alcove. Blade through grain, memory through silence. The beginning touched again after ages. The first cut was uneven. Charon paused. Theron said nothing. That helped. The old ferryman adjusted his hand and made the second cut. This one followed the outline more cleanly. Another pale shaving lifted and fell to the bench. Scent of fresh wood strengthened. Charon drew the blade again, slowly, carefully, removing only what the star's point required. As he carved, memory opened, not in a flood, in rhythm with the blade. Cut. The living river at evening. Cut. Lamps being lit along the dusk dock. Cut. Blue cloth tied around a young wrist. Cut. The older boatman's hand on his shoulder. Cut. A boat marked with reed and star moving out into the brown gold current. The memory became fuller, but still gentle. Young Charon stood in the stern of a small ferry at dusk. The older boatman sat near the center, letting him guide. They were not carrying the dead. They were carrying 3 living passengers: a woman with a basket of figs, a tired stonemason, and a little girl who kept leaning over to touch the water until her mother drew her back with a soft warning. The young Charon held a pole, not the underworld pole, a living one, smooth ash, warm from the day. The river was shallow in some places, deeper in others. Reeds whispered along the bank. Lamps glowed behind them, marking the dock they had left. Ahead, on the opposite shore, another lamp burned beside a low stone post. "Do not watch only the dark," the older boatman said. Young Charon frowned toward the water. "The dark hides the stones." "It does," man said. "But the lamps show where people are waiting." The young ferryman looked up. Across the river, the little shore lamp burned steady. "Current below," the older man said. "Star above. Lamp ahead. Passenger behind. Hand on the pole. All of them matter." The ferry moved. The passengers sat quietly. The girl whispered, "Are we nearly there?" Young Charon looked at the older man. The older man nodded. So young Charon answered, awkwardly but clearly, "Nearly." The girl relaxed. The memory warmed. Not because anything remarkable had happened, because nothing terrible had. The crossing was small, ordinary, successful, A child had felt reassured. A woman had carried figs safely across. A stonemason had leaned back and closed his eyes for a few breaths between labor and home. The young ferryman guided them to the opposite bank. The pole touched mud. The boat slowed. The older boatman reached out and caught the rope around the post, held while others crossed. The phrase from the House of Quiet Oars returned. Now it belonged to the living world, too. The memory faded with the sound of rope tightening. Charon's knife paused. The first point of the star was almost formed. A small curve remained rough near the edge. He smoothed it carefully. One last shaving fell. The first point was complete. The boat piece warmed beneath his hand. Not all at once, only the carved point. It filled with a soft silver glow, as if a little starlight had entered the wood and found the place prepared for it. Charon straightened slowly. He had not realized how deeply he had bent over the work. The knife remained in his hand, but he did not feel the need to continue. Charon reached out and laid 2 fingers lightly on the workbench. Enough. Charon looked at the remaining outline. 4 points still faint. 1 point carved. It is unfinished. Yes. The answer was immediate, calm, and practical. Enough for now, Charon said. Charon absorbed that. Once, he might have resisted. The old rhythm of duty would have asked him to finish what had begun, complete the star, move to the next task, then the next, then the next. But the night had been teaching him another rhythm. Enough for now. He set the knife down beside the wood. His hand felt strange without it, not empty, awake. Persephone stepped into the alcove then. Her gaze moved to the carved point, and something like quiet gladness passed over her face. "You have not recovered a whole life," she said, "but you have recovered a beginning." Charon looked at the boat piece. Small one. Most true beginnings are. He considered that. The great stories often began with prophecies, battles, births under omens, gods descending in bright disguises. But perhaps the beginnings that lasted were often smaller. A child with a reed in dust, a blue cloth tied around a wrist, a first passenger reassured, a boat crossing at dusk. "My duty," he said slowly, "has not always this river. No, but it was always crossing." Persephone's voice was soft. "Perhaps not always, but crossing found you early." Charon looked toward the indoor channel. The water had changed. At first, he thought it only reflected the newly glowing point of the carved star. But the glow was spreading across the channel itself, not bright, not urgent, just a faint line of silver moving with the current. It began near the workbench, touched the stone edge, and drifted toward the low tunnel at the far end of the alcove. The water carried a shape inside it, not an image yet, a direction. Charon noticed. "Well," he said quietly, "the channel has decided it is time to remember." Charon looked at him. "Where does it lead?" Charon's eyes followed the silver current, where the unfinished piece once belonged. Persephone stood beside Charon now. The 3 of them watched as the channel brightened a little more, revealing beneath its surface what looked like the shadow of a small boat moving through evening water. Charon reached for the clay cup. The starry water inside it answered the channel's glow. The silver coin at the bottom shone. The lavender turned slowly on the surface. The reed, blue cloth, and bronze button lay beside the unfinished boat piece, each one quiet now, each one having given what it could for this part of the night. The first point of the carved star held its little light. The rest of the star waited. Charon did not feel hurried by it. That, too, was new. He lifted the cup and held it close. Behind him, the House of Quiet Oars rested in its amber depths. Before him, the indoor channel moved softly toward the low tunnel, carrying the glow of the living river town, an old dusk mark, and a memory not yet fully opened. Charon picked up the cleaned lantern from the edge of the workbench. Persephone stepped toward the water, and Charon, who had once thought the night's stillness meant the river had failed, now understood that some waters grow quiet only so they can show the way beneath them. He looked once more at the unfinished boat-piece. One point of the star shone. Then he turned toward the glowing channel, prepared to follow where it led. The glowing channel waited beside the waterside alcove. It did not hurry Charon. Nothing in that hidden part of the house of quiet oars hurried him now. The unfinished boat-piece rested on its low supports, one point of its carved star glowing softly above the reed. The small knife lay beside it, the childish reed, the strip of blue cloth, and the bronze button remained where he had placed them, quiet after giving up their fragments of memory. The clay cup was warm in his hands, holding the starry water from the hidden shore, the lavender floating on its surface, the silver coin shining below. Charon lifted the cleaned lantern. Persephone stood near the edge of the channel, her dark dress still as shadowed flowers, her face calm in the workshop light. The water beside them moved toward the low tunnel at the far end of the alcove. Its silver thread glimmered along the surface, and disappeared into darkness beneath the arch. It was not a frightening darkness. It was the darkness under a bridge at evening, the darkness inside a quiet room before a lamp is lit, the darkness of memory preparing to become visible only when the eye has softened enough to receive it. Charon looked once more at the unfinished star. 4 points remained only outlined. One point held light. Charon followed his gaze. "It will keep," the old boatwright said. Charon nodded. Once, leaving work unfinished would have troubled him. He would have felt the pull of completion, the old command to finish what had been placed beneath his hands. But now the unfinished star did not feel like failure. It felt like a promise continuing beyond this moment. Enough for now. The words had become less strange. Charon turned toward the channel. "How do we follow water through stone?" he asked. Charon's eyes warmed. "The way most things are followed. Slowly." He stepped down first. There were shallow steps set into the side of the channel, half hidden beneath the dim water. Charon's sandals touched the first one, then silver currents spread around his foot without wetting him. Persephone followed, placing one hand briefly against the stone wall. Then Charon descended after them, the cup held steady before him. The water did not rise above his sandals. It should have. The channel was deep enough to carry a small boat, yet where they stepped it behaved like a path. The silver glow moved beneath the surface, guiding them toward the low tunnel. The cleaned lantern in Charon's hand cast a warm circle on the curved stone overhead. The alcove lamps faded behind them. They entered the tunnel. For a time there was only the sound of slow water and 3 sets of quiet footsteps. The passage was narrow, but not confining. Its walls were smooth, worn by a current older than the house of quiet oars and younger than the first river. Charon could not have explained how such a thing could be true. Tonight many impossible things had become gentle. He no longer needed to sort them all. The starry water in the clay cup reflected the tunnel-less ceiling. Now and then the silver coin at the bottom gave a soft pulse of light, answering the current at their feet. The lavender moved in small circles. After a while, the air began to change. The scent of wet stone remained, but through it came smoke from cooking fires, warm dust, crushed reeds, fish nets drying in sun, and the faint sweetness of figs left too long in a basket. Charon knew, before the tunnel opened, that they were nearing the living river town. His pace slowed. Persephone did not look back, but she seemed to feel the hesitation. "This is memory," she said softly. "Not a demand that you become what you were." Charon added, "And not every remembered room must be lived in again. Some are visited so the door can stop knocking." Charon held the cup closer. The tunnel widened. Ahead, The darkness thinned into blue, not the blue of the underworld reeds, not the blue of the hidden shore. This was evening blue, the color of the sky after the sun had lowered but before night had fully arrived, the color of smoke and river mist and cloth tied around a ferryman's wrist. They stepped out of the tunnel and into a town preserved beneath water and starlight. At first Charon thought they stood on the riverbed. Then he saw that the water was not above them, nor below them exactly, but woven through everything like memory itself. Streets shimmered as if a thin layer of river glass lay over the stones. Doorways stood open to rooms filled with dim amber light. Roof lines leaned gently toward one another. Clay walls glowed with the last warmth of a sun that had set centuries ago. Reeds grew along the lanes where gutters might have been. Small lamps hung from hooks beside every door. The town was quiet, not deserted, not empty. Quiet in the way a place becomes quiet when all its people have gone indoors and all its work has been put away, and everyone knows the river will continue softly through the night. Above, no true sky arched over them. Instead, the deep blue surface moved slowly overhead, like the underside of a river reflecting stars. The stars seemed to float both above and below, caught in windows, in puddles, in polished door handles. And the eyes painted on boat prows resting near the dock. Charon stood still, the cup warmed in his hands. "This is not the living town itself," he said. "No," Persephone answered. "The living stones are gone, or changed beyond naming." Charon looked down the nearest lane, his cleaned lantern held low. But some places leave a shape in the waters that carried them. The lane before them sloped toward the river. Charon knew it. Not fully, not as one knows a home after absence, with all its turns and thresholds returned at once. He knew it the way one knows a melody heard through walls, a few notes, a rising phrase, a pause where the heart expects the next sound. On the left stood a house with a blue cloth hanging from a peg beside the door. On the right, a low workshop where planks leaned against the wall and curls of pale wood lay on the floor. Farther down, a woman's voice called from somewhere out of sight, not using words Charon could quite understand, but carrying the tone of evening. "Come in now. Wash your hands. The day is done." His throat tightened. The feeling passed through him gently, because the town held it gently. They began walking. Charon did not lead as he had in the House of Quiet Oars. Persephone did not lead either. The silver current at their feet had become a narrow thread running along the center of the lane, and Charon followed it almost without deciding to. Each step brought the town into clearer tenderness. They passed a courtyard where laundry hung motionless on a line. One linen cloth bore a small spitched reed and star in its corner. A clay bowl sat on a step, full of dark olives. A cat slept beside it, one paw over its face. The cat was memory too, but it looked comfortable enough to be real. They passed a wall where children had scratched little boats into the plaster. Some were careful, some were only triangles, with lines beneath them. One had an exaggerated star above it, and a tiny stick figure standing much too tall in the stern. Charon paused before that drawing. Charon lifted the lantern. The scratched figure had a reed for an oar. Charon touched the wall. The plaster was warm. A memory opened, so small it almost seemed like breath. Children laughing. A boy protesting that ferrymen were supposed to stand tall. Another child saying his boat looked like a goat. A reed dragged across plaster. Dust on fingers. Then gone. Charon let his hand fall. He did not mourn the memory. He thanked it by not holding it too tightly. They walked on. At the end of the lane, the town opened onto the dusk dock. Here the memory widened. The dock stretched along the brown gold river, its wooden posts dark at the waterline, its planks worn by bare feet, sandals, animal hooves, dragged baskets, and generations of ferrymen stepping in and out of boats. Lamps lined the dock in a row. Some had already been lit. Others still waited for flame. Blue cloth fluttered from mooring posts, though there was no wind. Boats rested in the water. Small skiffs, rudder ferry boats, a flat-bottomed vessel for carrying livestock, a narrow training boat, tied near the far end. Each one bore the reed and star mark, carved or painted near the prow. Some marks were old and faded, some newly cut, some mended where wood had split. Kippo moved along the dock. Not ghosts in sorrow, not souls waiting to cross into death. Only memory people of the old town and its sour between. A woman carrying figs in a shallow basket, a stonemason rinsing dust from his hands, a girl tugging at her mother's sleeve, two shepherds arguing softly about weather, a young bride laughing as someone adjusted the blue cloth around a boat's rail, an old man sitting on a coil of rope while he waited for his son to fetch a bundle. No one looked at Charon at first. The memory was not performing for him. It was continuing as it had once continued, held in the river's deep remembering. At the center of the dock stood the older boatman. This time he was clearer. His cloak was indeed the color of dusk, faded at the hem and fastened at the throat with a bronze button. His hair was dark streaked with gray. His beard was short. His hands were broad and sun-browned, marked by rope and wood. Around his wrist was tied the blue cloth of the dusk ferryman. His face still did not sharpen entirely, perhaps because Charon was not yet ready, perhaps because some faces loved too deeply cannot be forced into focus without becoming smaller than what they meant. The older boatman stood beside the narrow training boat, and beside him stood Charon's younger self. The young ferryman wore a simple tunic, his wrists bare except for the blue cloth newly tied around one of them. His hair was dark, his posture straight, his expression serious in the way of someone trying not to reveal how much the moment matters. In his hands he held the curved bow-piece, the same one that now waited unfinished in the House of Quiet Oars. Here, in the memory town, the piece was new wood, pale, smooth in some places, rough in others. The reed had already been carved. The star had only been drawn faintly above it. The older boatman held the small knife. "Not tonight," he said. Young Charon looked at the unfinished star. "It is not done. No, the boat is not marked without the star. The reed is marked. That is only half." The older boatman smiled. "Then it will teach you what half feels like." Young Charon frowned, not liking that answer. The older man placed the knife on the dock between them. "A ferryman must learn unfinished things," he said. "Every passenger brings one. Every crossing leaves one. Even the river reaches the sea and still becomes cloud, rain, spring, river, again. Nothing that carries life is ever finished in the way a stone is finished." The young Charon looked at the boat-piece. "What is the star for?" he asked. The older man pointed toward the opposite bank, where the first true star of evening had appeared above a cluster of reeds. "The reed is for what you know," he said. "The star is for what you cannot know, and must still honor." The memory seemed to deepen around those words. The older boatman continued. "When the light fails, people will look to you as if you know everything. You must not pretend that you do. You know the boat. You know the current. You know how to listen. You know how to wait. But the far bank always belongs partly to mystery." Young Charon looked out across the river. On the opposite shore, a lamp had been lit. The older man rested one hand on his shoulder. "So we carve the star," he said, "not because we own the dark, but because we agree to guide through it." Charon, standing at the edge of the memory with Persephone and Charon beside him, felt those words move into the space behind his ribs. "Not because we own the dark, because we agree to guide through it." He closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, the memory continued. Young Charon picked up the knife. The older boatman guided his hand. Together, they carved the first point of the star. Only the first. A voice from farther along the dock called the older boatman's name, but the memory blurred it. The sound came close to being heard, then passed into river noise. The older man turned toward the call. "Enough for now," he said. Young Charon looked at the unfinished star, satisfied but obedient. "Tomorrow?" he asked. "Tomorrow, perhaps." The older boatman took the boat piece and rested it inside the narrow training boat. But then the memory shifted, not violently, only as river light shifts when clouds pass over the sun. The dock grew quieter. The lamps burned lower. The young Charon was no longer there, nor was the older boatman. The narrow training boat had been pulled partly onto the bank. The unfinished boat piece lay inside it, wrapped in blue cloth. A storm had passed recently, or a flood. The mud held deep marks. Reeds bent in one direction. A woman stood near the boat with her hands clasped before her mouth. The scene blurred before grief could sharpen. Persephone's hand came to rest lightly on Charon's arm. The memory softened at once. Not all of it needed to be seen. Not all tonight. Charon understood enough. The star had not been finished. Tomorrow had not arrived in the way the boy expected. Some crossing, some flood, some change, some death, some God-touched turning of fate had carried him away from that dock, eventually into the deeper river, below the world. The exact path remained hidden, but the meaning had become clear enough. He had not begun as a figure of fear. He had begun among dusk ferrymen, where ordinary people were carried home after light failed. His long underworld service had not erased that beginning. It had enlarged it beyond anything the boy could have imagined. The memory town brightened. The dock returned to its peaceful evening. The older boatman stood once more beside the younger Charon, the storm image gone like a dream within a dream. He turned, not to the boy now, but toward the Charon who watched. For the first time, the older boatman seemed to see him. The face was still softened, but the eyes were clear. They were kind. The old ferryman of the underworld stood very still. The older boatman spoke. This time the voice reached him. "You have carried well through the dark." Charon's hand tightened around the clay cup. The words did not come as praise alone. They came as release, as recognition from the first shore of his life to the latest shore of his labor. He bowed his head, not to a god, to a teacher, perhaps to a father, perhaps to the memory of every hand that had shown him how to dive a boat through uncertain water. When Charon lifted his head again, the older boatman had turned back to the young ferryman. The memory resumed its place. The dock continued. Passengers gathered. Lamps burned. The ordinary evening crossing went on. Charon's voice came softly beside him. The boat piece belonged to the training boat. Charon looked toward the narrow vessel at the far end of the dock. It was small, simple, and built for learning. Its wood was pale. Its lines were not as elegant as the larger boats, but it had been made carefully. The unfinished piece lay along its side rail, where the mark would have shown to anyone boarding at dusk. "I helped carve it," Charon said. "Yes," and did not finish. "No." The answer no longer hurt in the way it might have. It was not an accusation, only truth. Persephone looked across the memory river. Some promises are not completed in the place where they begin. Charon's gaze remained on the star-marked boat piece. He understood now what the star had meant. A promise to guide when certainty ended. A promise to honor both what was known and what was not. A promise to remember that the passenger behind him, the current below him, a lamp ahead, and the star above all mattered. prompts made first at a small living river, kept, without his knowing, across ages in the underworld. The blue cloth at the dock fluttered. The bronze button on the older boatman's cloak caught lamplight, and in that small gleam the memory shifted again, not away from the town, but through it. Charon saw the woman from the remembered underworld crossing, not in the ferry now, in the living town, much later, or perhaps in a town that had carried the old mock into another generation. She stood inside a house at night, sewing by lamplight. The reed and star symbol was stitched into the corner of a piece of household linen. On the table beside her lay a tiny garment, nearly finished, with 2 bronze buttons waiting beside it. She hummed under her breath, not happily exactly, but peacefully, in the focused way of someone making something small with love. The scene moved gently forward, the garment folded, the linen wrapped around it, a bronze button missing, the woman older now, standing at a burial place near reeds. Then, later still, at the underworld landing, holding the same bundle, the child had been hers, not Charon. And yet, when she spoke of a child who loved boats and pushed reeds through dust, she had unknowingly placed her grief into a shape Charon's own forgotten heart could recognize. That was why the memory had reached him, not because the child was him, because tenderness echoes, because one small boy with a reed can call to another across centuries, because the dead sometimes carry not only their own losses, but keys to doors in those who receive them. Charon breathed out slowly. The bronze button in the memory glowed. Persephone said, her people kept the old mark long after the first town changed. She did not know its full history. She only knew it meant safe passage after light failed. Charon looked at the woman sewing. She gave me the button. Yes, for the ferryman who knows how to carry what cannot stay. Persephone's voice was very soft. She saw you more clearly than she knew. The sewing-room memory faded. The dock returned. The living river town had become quieter now. The passengers had boarded their boats. The lamps along the dock glowed steadily. The water reflected blue cloth, wood, faces, and the first stars of evening. Young Charon stood in the training boat with the older boatmen. The boat pushed gently from shore. For a while, the old Charon watched himself cross the living river. He watched the boy learn the pole. He watched the older man let him make small mistakes. He watched the passengers trust the boat because the boatmen were calm. He watched the far lamp draw nearer, and he understood. The underworld had not made him into something opposite of what he had been. It had taken the small practice of evening ferrying and stretched it across the greatest darkness. The hour between had widened. The passengers had changed. The river had deepened. The work had grown ancient. But beneath all of it, the calling remained the same. Guide gently when light fails. Hold steady when the far bank is not yet clear. Let those who cross bring what they can carry, and help them release what must be set down. The memory town began to soften. The dock blurred around the edges. The boats became lines of light. The blue cloths became ripples. The lamps became stars floating low over water. The older boatmen, the young Charon, the passengers, the houses, the scratched wall, the courtyard, the workshop, all of it loosened into the brown gold river and the deep blue evening above it. Charon did not reach after it. He bowed his head once more. The town had given what it came to give. When he lifted his eyes, he was back in the waterside alcove of the House of Quiet Oars. The indoor channel still glowed beside him. Theron stood near the workbench with the cleaned lantern. Persephone stood beside the water. The unfinished boat piece rested where it had been, but now the whole outlined star held a faint silver shimmer, though only one point had been carved deeply. The childish reed, the blue cloth, and the bronze button lay together. Charon looked at them with a calm he had not had before. They were no longer fragments demanding answers. They were pieces of a larger gentleness. Theron set the lantern on the workbench. "Well," he said after a respectful silence, "that is a better thing to know than most." Charon looked at him. "At tights I was once a dusk ferryman." Theron shook his head. "Yet you still are." The old ferryman absorbed this. Persephone came closer. "The underworld gave your work its myth," she said. "The living river gave it its tenderness. You have carried both, even when you remembered only one." Charon looked down at the cup. The silver coin within it glowed with the little boat beneath the star. For the first time, he did not see the coin as a mystery placed before him by others. He saw it as a mirror, a boat, a star, a crossing after light fails. Charon lifted the cup and drank. The water tasted of lavender, river stone, lamp smoke, blue evening, and something like home. Not the kind of home that requires return to a lost house. A deeper home, the kind made when a person recognizes the shape of their own life without needing every year restored. He set the cup down. Then he did something Theron had not told him to do. He picked up the strip of blue cloth and tied it around his wrist. His fingers were slow, not from uncertainty, but from care. The knot was simple. The cloth lay against his skin, faded and rough and right. Theron watched with quiet approval. Persephone smiled. Charon touched the bronze button once, then placed it gently on the folded blue cloth's loose end, as if acknowledging the small things that fasten memory without trapping it. He did not finish the star. He understood now that he did not need to finish it tonight. The first point was enough to awaken the rest. The remaining points could wait, not as failure, but as invitation. Perhaps one night, when the fairy dreamed deeply enough to come to its empty cradle, Charon would carve the second. Perhaps after another age, the third. Perhaps the star would be completed slowly, each point, when rest made room for it. Or perhaps an unfinished star was truer. A guide through mystery need not pretend that all lines are complete. Theron wrapped the child's reed in the small piece of linen and placed it beside the unfinished boat piece. "This will remain here," he said, "unless you wish to carry it." Charon looked at the reed. For a moment he considered taking it. Then he shook his head. "No, let it rest where it can be remembered." Theron nodded. "Good." Persephone turned toward the passage leading back into the House of Quiet Oars. "The river will begin moving again before long," she said. The words did not strike Charon like a command. They entered him like the knowledge that evening eventually becomes night. He looked once more around the alcove, the indoor channel, the tools, the pale wood, the unfinished star, the blue cloth now tied around his wrist, the clay cup, the cleaned lantern, the old boatwright, the queen of the underworld standing patiently beside him. The night of rest was not over, but it had begun to turn toward return. Charon understood that now. Return was not the ending of rest. Return was where rest proved it had entered him. He lifted the clay cup. Theron took up the cleaned lantern. They left the waterside alcove. The House of Quiet Oars received them back into its amber quiet. They passed the carved panel of the reed and star, and Charon touched it once as he went by, not to summon another memory, but to honor the mark. They passed the shelves of coins and tokens, where the bronze button in its dish rested undisturbed. They passed the empty cradle for his ferry, waiting without impatience. They passed the old boat benches, the lantern hooks, the ropes and poles and rows of oars. This time Charon saw them differently, not merely as objects that had helped him carry others, as companions of carrying. He paused by the rope marked "Held," while others crossed. With his free hand He touched the coil. "Rest well," he said. The words were barely audible. Theron, walking ahead, did not turn, but his shoulders softened. They reached the small lantern chamber once more. Remembered fairy lanterns still burned on the table. Beside it lay the folded linen with the reed and star symbol. Charon entered alone for a final moment. The chamber smelled of lamp oil and quiet smoke. He set the clay cup on the table and touched the folded linen. The memory of the woman and the child's garment did not replay. It did not need to. Instead, a warmth passed through the cloth, and with it the simple knowledge that she had found peace somewhere beyond the far shore. The child she carried in memory had not been forgotten. Not by her, not by the river, not by the flowered shore, not now by Charon. He took the bronze button from where it rested beside the linen and placed it gently into the clay cup. It sank through the starry water and came to rest near the silver coin. Payment and remembrance, gratitude and fastening, a boat beneath a star, and a small bronze circle that at once held cloth together against the weather of the world. The cup accepted both. Charon lifted it again. The remembered lantern flame leaned toward him. He inclined his head. Then he left the chamber. Theron waited in the hall. Persephone stood near the entrance to the stairway. At the arched doorway of the House of Quiet Oars, the hanging wooden tokens stirred as they approached. Mallet, hook, needle, rope, peg, little carved lantern. Their sound was softer now than when he had entered, or perhaps Charon had learned to hear it differently. At the threshold, Theron stopped. "This is where I remain," he said. Charon looked at the old boatright. The words "thank you" came to him more readily than they had beneath the tree of small thanks, but he did not speak them quickly. He let them gather properly. "Thank you," he said at last. Theron's face warmed. "A well-cleaned thanks," he said. "Clear enough. Not over-polished." Charon's mouth shifted. Not quite a smile. Close enough. Theron reached into the pocket of his apron and drew out a small cloth-wrapped bundle. He placed it on the stone ledge beside the doorway and unfolded it. Inside lay a short length of oiled cord and a small lantern wick. "For your fairy," he said, "not because it cannot manage, because faithful things like to be tended before they fail." Charon picked up the cord and wick. They were ordinary, practical, and therefore deeply moving. He placed them carefully inside the fold of his cloak. "I will use them when the time is right," Theron said. "Not immediately, because you feel guilty. That ruins good maintenance." Persephone's eyes lowered, hiding a smile. Charon nodded solemnly. "When the time is right." Theron stepped back into the amber hall. The hanging tokens moved between them, and the House of Quiet Oars had to fold itself into a deeper quiet, not closing, not vanishing, only resting again. Charon and Persephone climbed the stone steps beneath the dark blue reeds. The ascent felt shorter than the descent, though Charon knew better than to trust distance such a night. As they climbed, the scent of wood and nail softened behind them, and the fragrance of star-touched water and glowing flowers returned. They emerged near the shore. The flowers still burned gently among the dark grasses. The tree of small thanks stood on its low hill, its shells and coins moving like soft rain. The shelter with the reed roof waited under its cypress trees. The cove held its quiet stones and offerings. The white reeds at the far edge of the shore glowed faintly, marking the path back toward the hidden meadow and the ferry beyond. Charon did not feel the same as when he had first entered. The change was not dramatic. He was still old, still silent by nature, still the ferryman. His back still bore the shape of long service. His hands remained marked by the pole and the rope. The lines of his face were not erased, nor should they have been. but something within those lines had eased. He no longer felt made only of crossings. He had banks within him now, a lavender field, a living river, a dusk dock, a teacher's hand, a blue cloth around his wrist, the first point of a star carved into pale wood. They walked slowly along the shore of glowing flowers. The blossoms inclined as he passed, but did not speak. Their silence felt complete. They had said what they needed to say. Gratitude did not need to be repeated to remain true. At the tree of small thanks, Charon paused. The shell he had placed at the roots still rested there, holding the sound of the river as it heard his ferry. He looked up into the branches where small cups, coins, threads, and folded papers swayed. The river's voice did not speak again, but the water beyond the shore gave a long, slow sigh. Charon understood. The river had rested. Not forever. Enough for now. He bowed his head to the tree, then continued. At the reed roof shelter, he did not stop, but he looked inside. The low bench remained. The clay lamp remained. The bowl of lavender stems waited beneath it. This place, too, would remain for him. Not as escape, as return within return. He walked past the cove where the offerings lay. The white pebble, blue thread, shell, bronze traces, and folded linens were quiet. They no longer seemed like objects asking for answers. They seemed like small faithful witnesses, each one held in the place where remembrance had become gentle. At the curtain of white reeds, Persephone stopped. Beyond them lay the path back to the hidden meadow, then the marble landing, then the ferry. Charon looked at her. The queen of the underworld stood with the soft light of the flowered shore behind her. For a moment she seemed both spring and shadow, daughter and queen, guest and keeper, one who had been carried and one who now guided others through hidden seasons. "You will still grow tired," she said. It was not a warning. It was a kindness. "Yes," Charon answered. "You will still have silent nights that are not rest. You will still carry those who fear the water. You will still take coins from trembling hands. Yes, but you will know where the cup came from." Charon looked down at the clay vessel. The silver coin and bronze button rested beneath the water. The lavender floated on top. The surface reflected the white reeds and his own face, old and quieter than before. "You will know where the shore waits," Persephone said, "and you will know that the river can carry you also." Charon nodded. "I did not know one could return to work without leaving rest behind entirely," he said. Persephone's smile was small and deep. "That is one of rest's oldest secrets." White reeds parted. They walked through. The hidden meadow opened before them, just as it had earlier, though now it seemed both familiar and changed. The stone tables stood beneath the lamps. The basin still held stars. The bench where Charon had first sat waited in the grass. The path toward the marble landing glimmered faintly between the cypress trees. The meadow-esque reeds whispered as he passed. Not rest this time. A different word. Return, not as command, as blessing. Charon placed one hand briefly on the stone table. The basin stirred, and for a moment its water showed Hermes at the ordinary landing. The messenger still leaned by the arch, empty pouch in hand, but he was no longer alone. Thanatos stood some distance away, quiet and gentle. Hypnos lingered near the path like a soft shadow. No souls waited in distress. The world had been held. Hermes looked toward the basin, and lifted 2 fingers in a small, almost playful salute. Then the image faded. Charon turned from the table. He followed Persephone along the path through the cypress trees. At last they reached the hidden marble landing. The ferry was there. It rested against the smooth white stone, its dark hull still, its lantern hanging low at the prow. The boat looked less tired now. Or perhaps Charon had learned to see tiredness without fearing it. The rope lay slack but secure. The pole rested along the side. The worn bench waited, empty and unashamed. Charon stood on the landing and looked at the ferry for a long time, his old companion, his faithful thing, his narrow house of crossings. He stepped closer and laid one hand on the side of the boat. The wood was cool, then warm, not like the clay cup, not like the flowered shore, warm in its own way, spored quiet of wood that had been allowed to rest. "I left you," he said. The boat gave no answer in words. A small ripple touched the hull. Charon understood. "No." He rested too. He placed the clay cup on the bench for a moment, and took from his cloak the oiled cord and new wick Charon had given him. The urge rose to tend the lantern immediately, to make use of the gift at once, to prove he had learned. Then Charon's voice returned. "Not immediately, because you feel guilty." Charon paused. The lantern's current wick still burned well enough. The cord was not yet needed. He tucked both carefully into the small wooden box beneath the stern bench, where he kept necessary things. Then he touched the box once, before closing it. When the time is right, Act II was a form of care. He stepped into the ferry. The boat shifted under him. This time he felt not only his own weight, but the boat receiving it. He picked up the cup and set it near the lantern, where its starry water glowed softly. The silver coin and bronze button shimmered beneath the surface. The lavender floated like a small piece of the upper world carried safely into the underworld dark. Persephone stood on the marble landing. She did not step into the boat. Her part in the journey had nearly ended. Will I find this landing again?" Charon asked. "When you do not force the river to show it," she answered. That seemed fair. He took the pole in his hand. The familiar shape settled against his palm, but something had changed in the holding. He did not grip it as tightly. He let the wood be wood. He let his hand be a hand. The ferry eased away from the hidden landing. Persephone remained on the marble shore, her figure growing softer behind mist. The white stone, the cypress path, the hidden meadow, the flowered shore, the tree of small thanks, the house of quiet oars, Charon and his tools, the unfinished star, all of it receded, not as a dream forgotten upon waking, but as a place one has truly visited, and may not need to describe in order to keep. The river guided the ferry back. Charon did not push at first. He let the current carry them through the narrow reed channel. The reeds brushed the sides of the boat with a sound like cloth drawn over sleeping shoulders. The lantern at the prow burned steadily. The cup beside it reflected the flame, making to lights where there had once been one. When the ferry entered the wider river, the water was no longer still. It moved slowly, gently, in its old direction, not rushing to make up for rest, only moving. Charon placed the pole into the water. The river bed met it. He guided the boat with one easy pressure, then lifted the pole and let the current do the next part. The old landing came into view, the black quay, the pale arch, the path where passengers appeared. Hermes stood there, as the basin had shown him. His empty pouch now hung at his belt. He looked at Charon, then at the cup near the lantern, then at the blue cloth tie around the ferryman's wrist. For once, the messenger said nothing clever. He only bowed his head. Charon brought the ferry against the quay. The rope slid into his hand. He tied it loosely, securely, without pulling too hard. Hermes stepped closer. "All well?" he asked. Charon considered. The question was too large for a simple yes, and yet yes was not wrong. "The river is moving," he said. Hermes smiled softly. "So it is." Behind him, Thanatos and Hypnos were already fading back into their own quiet work. The path beyond the arch lay empty for one more breath. Then, from the mist, came a footstep. The first passenger, after the night of rest, appeared beneath the pale stone arch. She was an old woman, small and wrapped in a shawl the color of rain clouds. Her hair was braided neatly. In one hand she held a coin, in the other a sprig of rosemary tied with thread. She looked around the landing with the disoriented gentleness of one who had expected darkness to be harsher than it was. Hermes turned to her. "There you are," he said softly. "Just here." The woman looked toward the ferry. Her eyes moved over the dark boat, the lantern, the old ferryman at the stern. Charon stood quietly. He did not smile. Not exactly. But his face held less stone than it once had. The lantern beside him burned with its old amber flame, and beside it the clay cup gave off a small second glow. The blue cloth at his wrist rested against the handle of the pole. The woman stepped closer to the edge of the quay. "Is this the crossing?" she asked. Charon looked at her coin, her rosemary, her careful shawl, her tired eyes. "Yes," he said. She looked at the water. "It is calmer than I thought." Charon glanced at the river. The water moved softly beneath distant stars. "Yes," he said again. The woman hesitated. Old instinct rose in him, to wait, to let silence do its work. But now there was something warmer inside the silence. Not more words, not performance, only the knowledge that waiting, too, could be kindness. The woman looked at the boat bench. "May I sit?" Charon placed one hand lightly on the side of the ferry. "You may." She stepped in. The ferry shifted. The rope held. The bench received her. She sat carefully, both hands in her lap now, coin and rosemary together. Hermes remained on the quay, watching with a quiet expression that did not belong to roads or tricks or messages. But the thresholds kept well. Charon untied the rope. He did not yet take the coin. There would be time. He pushed the ferry gently from the bank. The boat entered the river. Water closed softly behind them. For a while neither Charon or the old woman spoke. A lantern chain creaked once. The sound was familiar. This time Charon heard it. A small faithful sound, holding light above darkness. The old woman looked toward the cup beside the lantern. "That is a lovely little vessel," she said. Charon glanced at it. The lavender floated quietly. Beneath the water, the silver coin and bronze button caught the flame. "It was given," he said. The woman nodded, as if this made perfect sense. "Good," she said. "Everyone should be given something now and then." The ferry moved on. The river reflected distant stars. The reeds along the bank whispered, not loudly enough for the passenger to hear, but Charon heard. Hour between, hour between. The old woman held the rosemary to her chest. "My house smelled of this in winter," she said. Charon listened. The river listened. The boat listened. The bench held. The rope rested coiled near his feet. The lantern burned. The cup carried rest. And when the far shore began to appear through the mist, pale and calm beneath its cypress trees, the old woman looked at it without fear. "Nearly?" she asked. Charon remembered a little girl in a dust ferry asking the same question on a living river long ago. He felt the pole in his hand, the current below, the star above, the lamp ahead, the passenger behind. All of them mattered. "Nearly," he said. The old woman breathed out. The ferry glided toward the shore. There was someone waiting there for her. Charon could not see the figure clearly, only the shape of welcome beneath the trees. The woman saw, and her face changed, not into youth, not into anything false, into recognition. When the boat touched the far landing, Charon held it steady. The woman stood. She placed the coin in his palm, then paused and looked at the rosemary. For a moment he thought she might offer it too. Instead, She smiled faintly and tucked it into the fold of her shawl. "This one I will carry a little farther," she said. Charon closed his hand around the coin. "As you wish." She stepped onto the shore. After a few steps, she turned back. "Thank you, ferryman." The words were familiar, but tonight he did not let them sink past him unnoticed. He received them, not heavily, not greedily, simply. "You are welcome," he said. A woman walked toward the waiting figure beneath cypress trees. Mist softened around them. Then they were gone. Charon stood at the stern of the ferry. The far shore was quiet. The river moved. The coin in his palm was warm from the woman's hand. He looked at it for a moment, then placed it in the bowl near his feet. One coin for one crossing. One small punctuation mark. A pause. A breath. A full turning back. He touched the blue cloth at his wrist. And the cup beside the lantern. Inside of the boat. Not ritual. Not yet. Perhaps it would become one. Perhaps not. For now, it was only a way of remembering that he did not carry alone. He guided the ferry away from the far shore. The return crossing was empty, as so many return crossings had been. Yet the emptiness no longer felt like absence. The boat moved through mist and starlight. The lantern burned low and warm. The cup held its quiet water. The river bore the hull. Charon stood with the pole in his hand, old and patient, and less alone than before. He did not know when another night of rest would come. He did not need to know. The hidden shore waited somewhere beyond white reeds. The house of quiet oars rested somewhere beneath dark blue reeds. The unfinished star held one carved point. Living river town lay preserved in the deep kindness of water and memory. And here, on the river where souls crossed after light failed, Charon continued, not as a frightening figure, not as a shadow demanding payment, but as the old ferryman of the hour between, the keeper of the boat, the listener of last gentle stories, the one who knew the mud and honored the star, the one who carried others toward rest, and now knew, quietly and surely, that rest could carry him too. The river widened. Mist gathered low over the water. The reeds became dark brush strokes along the banks. Overhead, the distant stars held their patient places. Charon let the ferry drift for a little while, before taking up the pole again. The lantern-esque glow touched the cup, the bench, the rope, his hands, the blue cloth at his wrist, and the old boards of the boat. Water moved beneath him, slowly, softly, always, and far ahead, where the next shore waited unseen in the mist, one small star trembled on the river's surface, like a promise that did not need to be finished to be true. The ferryman breathed. The boat rocked gently. The night carried on, and all along the ancient river, under the quiet underworld stars, everything that carried and everything that had been carried rested for a moment, inside the same deep peace.